Chapter 1929. The demon tribe members could tell that Yi Qin did not seem to be lying. Most importantly, his cultivation base was insufficient to kill Li Xiong and the others. They could not continue to target Yi Qin because if they did so, it would seem like they were deliberately looking for excuses. After all, Yuchi Fengyin and the others from the human clan did not come out either. This was consistent with what Yi Chen had said. Perhaps Yi Chen had entered another path alone and survived. Meanwhile, the elites of the human clan and the demon clan had died inside. Of course, giving up like this was not the demon lord's character. He walked forward and looked at Yi Chen coldly. Yi Chen, did you find some treasure? Otherwise, how could you come out? Treasure? I'm lucky to come out alive. Where did the treasure come from? What's the truth about the secret cave? I only took a stroll in the primal chaos and returned from where I came from. As for what Yuchi Fengyin, Li Xiong, and the others encountered, I really don't know. I think they really encountered a treasure. Otherwise, they wouldn't have died in there, right? Amen it. The demon lord was furious and wanted to attack again, but was blocked by Jiu Ling Huang. Demon lord, Yi Chen was able to come out because of his own ability. Why are you so aggressive? Jiu Ling Huang said, Old man, at least one of you humans came out. Our demon clan was completely annihilated. I don't believe this result. This kid must have done something. You're slandering me without evidence. I won't allow it. You, the sovereign of the demon realm, gnashed his teeth in hatred. According to his plan, Li Xiong would never have failed. What had gone wrong? He did not expect that it was Yi Qin who had killed everyone. Jiu Ling Huang, you've angered the demon clan. You humans will die. Ridiculous. Do you think I'm afraid of your threats? The two of them confronted each other. In the end, the humans and demons parted on bad terms. Rumble. The secret cave collapsed completely and turned into ruins. Let's go. Jiu Ling Huang led the humans and left. On the side of the devil race, after losing Li Xiong and the other geniuses, they naturally wouldn't let the matter rest. They watched as the humans left and wanted to reinvestigate the secret cave. However, they soon discovered that this was impossible. The secret cave had already been completely destroyed, and there were all sorts of dangerous energies within it. Wanting to reinvestigate and even enter it was too difficult. Looking at the ruins in front of him, the Devil Sovereign couldn't understand. Lord Sovereign, it's such a terrifying secret cave. We've studied it for hundreds of years before discovering the secret of the Gate of Death. It doesn't make sense that this kid could come out safely. Someone suggested. Do I need you to tell me that? This brat must have obtained some sort of lucky chance, or else he wouldn't have been able to come out alive with that little bit of cultivation. Li Xiong must have failed, and then fought with Yuchi Fengyin and the others, dying together in the cave. What a pity. The demonic realm overlord shook his head slightly. In the end, he accepted this reality. Of course, his hatred for Yi Chen rose sharply. He swore that he would make Yi Chen pay the price and then take away any treasure or great opportunity that Yi Chen had obtained. The humans returned to the spirit realm's imperial palace. Emperor Ling Huang met Yi Chen again. Yi Chen, you've worked hard this time, the spirit emperor said with a smile as soon as they met. It's not hard at all. This secret cave is complicated and ever-changing. I don't even know how I got there. It's completely beyond my control. Yi Chen replied. Ling Huang's eyes were sharp as he observed Yi Chen's behavior and expression. However, what kind of person was Yi Chen? He was the reincarnation of a heavenly emperor. This kind of behavior was a piece of cake for him. It was extremely difficult to find any flaws in Yi Chen's expression. You really didn't find anything? Emperor Ling, don't you believe me? I really didn't find anything. Yi Chen, I don't want any of your treasures. I just want the truth about this secret cave. I've been trapped in this spirit realm for too long, and my cultivation base has been unable to ascend. This is the most difficult thing for me. As long as you tell me the truth about the secret cave, I promise you that I'll definitely protect you to the end and prevent the demon clan from harming you. Demon clan? I don't care about that. Yi Chen's sudden arrogance stunned Emperor Ling Huang. Yi Chen, you said that you didn't find anything in the secret cave, but the demonic realm overlord will never believe you. They'll continue to target you. Cooperating with me is your only choice. Hearing this, Yi Chen felt a hint of threat. Emperor Ling wanted to rely on the demonic realm overlord to pressure him and force him to submit. Ha. Emperor Ling, participating in this secret cave trip was completed by your 6 immortal demon techniques. It's fine if you don't reward me for completing the mission, but you're even questioning me. What's the meaning of this? Yi Chen's forceful retort surprised Emperor Ling Huang. It was the first time Emperor Ling had encountered someone who dared to talk to him like this in this spirit mountain. Yi Chen, you have to be mindful of your status. I'm Emperor Ling, so what if you're an emperor? Do I care? You. Emperor Ling Huang's brows were sharp and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Yi Chen's arrogance had far exceeded his expectations and even exceeded his bottom line. There's no need to say any more. Where are my friends? They're in the residence that I've arranged. Very good. Yi Chen increasingly felt that this was a conspiracy. If anything happened to Yi Wushuang and the Patriarch, he swore to flatten the entire spirit mountain. Emperor Ling, I advise you not to blindly test my bottom line. Hand over the Patriarch of Hell and Yi Wushuang immediately. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. It's not difficult for me to hand them over, but you have to tell me the truth about the secret cave and give me a satisfactory answer. Emperor Ling, is this how people from the spirit realm do things? Yi Chen, I've said it before. Know your place. I didn't save you from the demonic realm overlord for nothing. You must know how to be grateful. Hearing this, Yi Chen sneered in his heart. Grateful? What kind of gratitude was that? Was imprisoning his friends also gratitude? The so-called rescue was just a matter of convenience. There was a purpose behind it. All right, let me think about it. No problem, but you only have 1 day. With that, Emperor Ling called someone to bring Yi Chen back to his residence. Yi Chen's so-called think about it was just to buy himself time to cultivate the 8 Gates divine disc. Emperor Ling's cultivation base was too strong, so it was extremely dangerous to deal with him. Yi Chen still had to surround him with people and use the 8 Gates divine disc to find an opportunity to leave the spirit mountain. Returning to his residence, Yi Chen released a formation to isolate himself from the outside world. He wanted to be quiet in front of others, but inside, Yi Chen was already studying the power of the disc. The ancient god power and the divine vein were connected. This was the key to Yi Chen's cultivation of the divine vein. 8 gates of inner concealment, divine vein appear. Yi Chen released the 8 gates divine disc. The power of the inner concealment triggered the divine vein to appear. Countless lines were like stars in the sky, exquisite beyond compare. Chapter 1930. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Above his head, the 8 gates divine disc released a golden glow. 8 gates appeared around Yi Chen, releasing a strange energy. Ancient god power. Ancient god power was the only thing that could activate the 8 gates of inner concealment. That was Yi Chen's biggest bargaining chip. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the ancient god power circulated, the 8 divine patterns shone with golden light at the same time. At that moment, he was like a golden god of war. Surrounded by the 8 gates, he felt many magical changes. In the 8 gates divine formation, the speed of his spiritual power absorption increased qualitatively. This was something he did not notice before. Countless supreme-grade spirit stones appeared before Yi Chen. With the enhancement of the 8 gates divine formation, the effect of spiritual power even increased. If that's the case, I'll increase it to the limit in one go. Yi Qin spared no effort to save his friend. He released the immortal drift bottle. A full moon hung in the sky, overflowing with colorful lights. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The immortal drift bottle, which had been enhanced by the 8 gates divine arrays, had been purified by the immortal drift bottle. The immortal drift bottle had refined the spiritual energy to the extreme. It was impossible to find such pure spiritual energy in the entire spiritual realm. Roar! The space-time wrath appeared and frantically absorbed the liquid spiritual power flowing out of the immortal drift bottle. That's right, the pure energy had turned into liquid form, and the wrath devoured it greedily. Such pure spiritual power greatly reduced the pressure of refining the ancient god space. Yi Qin could almost absorb it directly. Rumble. Soon, there were loud rumbles in Yi Qin's meridians. Violent spiritual power began to flow. Ah! Yi Qin shouted. All sorts of spiritual power gathered in midair. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Subsequently, the Heavenly Emperor's sword spirit appeared in midair. The spiritual power continuously nourished the Heavenly Emperor's sword spirit, causing its power to increase rapidly. The sword spirit's original body was Yi Wushuang. As the sword spirit's strength increased, Yi Wushuang sensed it at the same time. In the perilous peak prison, the Patriarch of Hell and Yi Wushuang sat cross-legged. Yi Wushuang sensed the changes in the Heavenly Emperor's sword spirit. He derived spiritual power and cultivated rapidly. Wushuang. The Patriarch of Hell also sensed Yi Wushuang's change. He walked to the side to protect Yi Wushuang. In Yi Qin's residence, the 8 gates divine formations and the immortal drift bottle were activated at the same time. Yi Qin's cultivation base was improving at an unstoppable rate. Boom! The psionic power in Yi Qin's meridians went berserk. This 1% of the psionic power's effect was enough to cause a fusion stage martial artist to explode and die. However, Yi Qin relied on his stage 2 1-star ancient god's super strong resistance. No matter how the psionic power went berserk, he remained unmoved. Zzz. Yi Qin's eyes sparkled. He had almost turned into a psionic form. Roar! The space-time wrath devoured the psionic energy again. Finally, Yi Qin's body reached its limit. Boom! With a loud bang, Yi Qin broke through to the mid-body integration stage. Although it was only a small increase in rank, his actual combat power had soared more than 1,000 times. This was the powerful effect of the ancient god body. If an ordinary prodigy could increase their combat strength by 10 times after ascending a minor level, the ancient god body would increase their combat strength by at least 100 times. Now, with the support of the 8 gates divine formation and the immortal drift bottle, Yi Qin's strength had increased by at least 1,000 times. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Even tribulation clouds were about to appear above Yi Qin's head. This was a warning from the heavenly Tao. As Yi Qin's foundation was too strong, it did not match his cultivation base at all. Such a heaven-defying action had already attracted the attention of the heavenly tribulation. Under normal circumstances, only people at the peak of the ascension tribulation would encounter this. This was a sign of ascending to become an itinerant immortal. Now, Yi Qin was only at the mid-body integration stage, but he had already encountered such a scene. In order to improve himself, Yi Qin did not care about the heavenly tribulation. As the ancient god heart technique circulated, the energy gradually calmed down. The meridians in his body flowed smoothly, and everything was revived. Keep! Yi Qin put away the divine weapons, the immortal drift bottle, and the 8 gates divine formation. Standing up, Yi Qin felt that his foundation was incomparably strong. He could not stand anyone from the spirit realm at all. Wu Shuang, Patriarch, wait for me. Yi Qin walked out of the main hall forcefully. Outside the main hall, two guards looked at Yi Chen coldly. "Where are you going?" Both of their cultivation bases were extraordinary. They were people specially sent by the Spirit Emperor to watch over Yi Chen. They were all Ascension Almighties. "Heaven and earth are my oyster." Yi Chen's eyes turned cold as he walked straight forward. "How dare you ignore us? You deserve to die. Be ****starred. The two powerhouses attacked angrily, blocking Yi Chen's path. "Get lost, or you'll die without a burial place. Ha ha ha." Hearing this, the two powerhouses laughed out loud. They were both Ascension stage powerhouses. If they said "get lost" in the face of an integration stage person, they would not be able to live anymore. They would just kill themselves. "Brat, you're too arrogant. Die." The two powerhouses moved instantly and went straight for Yi Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Chen used the 9 heavens use steps. His body was exquisite and peerless. The two powerhouses' attacks could not hit him at all. Both of them were Ascension stage powerhouses. It was their first time encountering an integration stage person. It was unimaginable that they could not hit him. "Get lost!" Yi Chen shouted angrily. He ignored the two of them like pigs and dogs and walked straight forward. His goal was to save Wushuang. The Patriarch of Hell did not want to waste time here. "Ha ha ha! Ignorant brat, how dare you look down on us? I don't think the Spirit Emperor will blame us for killing you." "That's right. This person is extremely arrogant. He doesn't know what's good for him. Kill him to prevent future troubles." The two Ascension stage powerhouses' killing intent was revealed and they attacked. Rumble. Suddenly, spatial psionic power flooded the world. At this moment, Yi Chen was surrounded. The powerful energy seemed to tear everything apart. Obviously, the two of them were angered and wanted to kill Yi Chen. To them, Yi Chen was nothing. He was just an integration stage person. There were many people in the spiritual realm, so there was no need to treat him with courtesy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two of them moved instantly, and a super powerful spiritual weapon, the killing wind, appeared in their hands. "Kill!" The two of them shouted and brandished their sharp blades without hesitation. Yi Chen stood where he was. His cold eyes were filled with the Grim Reaper's light. This was the first battle after breaking through. At the same time, it was also the first slash after breaking through. 8 gates of divinity, Death Gate, open. Above Yi Chen's head, a door of darkness slowly opened. Following that, an endless amount of power burst out. Rumble. The dark light with the aura of death instantly covered the entire space. Heaven and earth turned dark, and one could not see anything. Suppress. Suppress everything. What's going on? What's going on? I can't see, I can't see. The two of them lost their sight at the same time. They opened their spiritual eyes and wanted to observe, but even the spiritual eyes could not do anything. Before the 8 gates of divinity and the darkness divine power, they thought that all their actions were futile. At this moment, they finally felt the fear in their hearts. This was the trembling of their souls. The Grim Reaper was right in front of them. Why? Chapter 1931. Sink into the darkness, divine power. Yi Chen's body slowly hovered into the air. He opened his arms and activated the dark death gate to guide the lonely souls. As they screamed in pain, the two tribulation transcending experts were unable to resist the darkness divine power. Inside the 8 gates divine disc formation, their bodies were drawn closer and closer to the door of darkness. It wasn't that they wanted to get closer, but the powerful suction force of the door of darkness made it impossible for them to move. No, impossible. A conjoint body cultivator shouldn't be so powerful. Is this the reason why the Spirit Emperor is afraid of him? At the end of their lives, they finally understood why Emperor Ling Huang was so afraid of Yi Chen. However, it was useless. Their lives had come to an end. Kacha! As the door of darkness closed, the two of them disappeared, completely dead. Return. Yi Chen put away the 8-gate divine disc and moved quickly to locate Wu Shuang and the Patriarch. Celestial Darch Sword Spirit. He released the Heavenly Emperor Sword Spirit and communicated with Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang's image appeared in Yi Chen's mind. Master, where are you? I don't know either. I sensed that it was a dangerous peak and there was a formation outside. I'm not sure if what I saw was real or not. It's all right. Release the Heavenly Darch Sword Qi, and I will find you. Yes. Yi Wushuang walked to the cell window and released his Heavenly Emperor Spirit energy. The old ancestor walked over and didn't forget to drink a mouthful of wine. He wasn't nervous at all. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist, you right? I knew that, fellow Taoist, you would definitely be fine. You even came to save us. Of course, Master will be fine. Yi Wushuang continued to release the Heavenly Emperor's spiritual energy, and this spiritual energy was protected by the Heavenly Emperor Law. Although the energy was not as powerful as before, with the height of the rule, it could completely break through the formation and transmit information. Above the 9 heavens, Yi Chen activated his golden pupil flame to observe the area within 100 miles. ZZZ. Very soon, he discovered the existence of the Heavenly Emperor's spiritual energy. Dangerous peak. Yi Chen found the location of the prison and flew toward the dangerous peak. Yi Chen sensed the aura of the formation when he was 50 kilometers away from the vanguard. ZZZ. The structure of the formation appeared in his golden pupil flame. The entire formation appeared in Yi Chen's mind. A mere formation dares to block my path? Yi Chen held the Heavenly Darch Sword in his hand. His eyes locked onto a spot in the formation. Slash. Boom. The place where the sword Qi landed was the core of the formation. Yi Chen saw through the crux of the formation at a glance and broke the formation easily. Kacha, kacha, kacha. As the formation shattered, Yi Chen continued to move forward and arrived at the dangerous peak. Ancestor Wu Shuang. He shouted at the prison inside the vanguard. Ha ha ha, fellow Yi, I'm waiting for you here. The Patriarch was not nervous at all. He even looked happy. Yi Chen was speechless. However, it was in line with his style. Get out of the way. Yi Chen got the duo to make way for him. Subsequently, he threw a punch. Boom! The earth trembled and rocks flew everywhere. The prison instantly shattered and turned into ruins. Whoosh, whoosh. The Patriarch and Wu Shuang flew out and arrived next to Yi Chen. Fellow Taoist Yi, I have to thank you this time. There's no need to thank me. Let's leave this place quickly. Yes. Yi Chen was about to leave with the old ancestor and Wu Shuang. At this moment, a thunderclap resounded in the sky. Rumble. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 powerhouses blocked the way. Yi Chen looked over and saw that they were all mid-stage tribulation stage powerhouses. They were much more powerful than the 2 who had stopped him before. Oh, there are actually 3 tribulation stage powerhouses. This Ling Huang really thinks highly of us. The Patriarch walked forward and said with a smile while drinking some aged wine. Get lost, old thing. One of the powerhouses scolded the Patriarch. The Patriarch's eyes turned cold. Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? Who isn't a tribulation stage powerhouse? With a loud bang, the Patriarch took out the underworld sword. The power of his body erupted, and his foundation was unprecedentedly strong. He had entered the tribulation stage. Not bad, Patriarch. Yi Chen was secretly delighted. He did not expect that the Patriarch of Hell had secretly passed the tribulation stage. The 3 of them were surprised when they sensed the Patriarch's aura. According to the information they received, the Patriarch was only a conjoint body cultivator. Kill. However, the 3 of them were mid-stage tribulation stage powerhouses. How could they be afraid? They attacked the Patriarch one after another. You want to bully me with numbers? I'm not afraid. Those who could stay by Yi Chen's side were naturally talented. The patriarch took out the underworld territory, and the power of the underworld sword in his hand doubled. Kill! The patriarch shouted. The power of the underworld surged between heaven and earth, and endless death energy rushed toward the three people in front of him. What? Sensing the death energy, even though the three were tribulation stage powerhouses, they still felt a chill down their spine, and their limbs turned cold. Instantly, the patriarch's attack was stopped. Ha ha ha, fellow Yi, I didn't embarrass you, did I? Just passable. Yi Chen replied with a smile. My talent is incomparable to yours. It's already very good that I'm passable in your eyes. At least, I'm much better than this trash. What? The three of them were furious when they heard the patriarch's words. Reckless old thing. Let's kill him together. Attack! The three of them attacked the patriarch together. At that moment, the dark energy in Yi Chen's palm continued to flow. At the same time, he channeled the power of the divine board and used the dark energy to create an invisible death zone behind the patriarch. Kill! The three of them did not notice the secret at all. They only saw the patriarch charging at them. The patriarch and Yi Chen exchanged glances. They understood Yi Chen's intention. Ha ha ha, good, good. The patriarch's indifferent attitude made the three of them even more furious. They lost their calm, and they wanted to kill the patriarch of freedom. Kill, kill, kill. The three of them charged at the patriarch with bloodthirsty eyes. Now, Yi Chen reminded them, the patriarch is leaving. The patriarch of hell's sword energy soared into the sky. The power of the underworld filled the air, and the death energy opened a path. His figure disappeared. Where is he? Seeing the patriarch disappear into thin air, the three of them were shocked and wanted to find him. At that moment, the three of them did not know that they had still entered Yi Chen's assassination barrier. Since you're here, stay. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold, and he threw the immortal slaying flying dagger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The immortal slaying flying dagger entered the void and rushed out of Yi Chen's death zone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 cold lights flashed, and 3 bloody marks appeared. 3 heads fell to the ground. Thump, thump, thump. The 3 of them were killed, shocking the people of the spirit realm. When the spirit realm army in the distance saw this scene, everyone shuddered with fear. Yi Chen was too powerful. Ha ha ha. Chapter 1932. Yi Chen, how dare you break into the prison? How dare you? The spiritual emperor soared into the sky and looked down at everyone with an imposing manner. Spirit sovereign, you have the ambition of a wolf. You used us to investigate the immortal and demonic secret realms for you. Now that you've served your purpose, you want to harm us? How could it be so easy? Yi Chen stood alone in the void, facing Ling Huang. The patriarch of hell and Yi Wushuang stood behind him. The 3 of them were in the same boat and could not be separated. Yi Chen, I'll give you one last chance. Tell me the truth about the immortal demonic secret zones, and I'll let you leave. Nonsense. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold as energy exploded. Boom! The powerful aura swept out in all directions, and the surrounding experts were all shocked. This kid actually has such powerful strength. Many powerhouses from the spiritual realm were shocked, and some even felt terrified. Yi Chen, you're stubborn. You must die. Ha ha ha, no one can stop the heavens. Arrogant. The spirit emperor was furious. He flew out, and a chaotic light, immortal force appeared around him. It was incomparably high. Celestial power. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as he realized that the spirit emperor might have already achieved itinerant immortal stage. He was determined to explore the immortal demon's secret cave for the sake of his own itinerant cultivation base. The truth was right before their eyes. Spirit Emperor, So you're already a rogue immortal. Ha ha ha, it's too late now. Killing you will allow me to obtain the truth of the secret land. The Spirit Emperor was certain that the truth of the secret zone was in Yi Chen's hands, and that many of the combatants in the cave were killed by Yi Chen. If you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. Kill. The Spirit Emperor attacked angrily. Immortal energy mixed in his hand, and his power covered the sky. Take this. Patriarch Yellow Spring's sword energy swept out, and the Yellow Spring sword went straight for Ling Huang. Forefather, you can't. Yi Chen wanted to stop him, but the Patriarch had already attacked. Boom! The Grand Elder's sword chi was instantly broken, and his body was sent flying back. Patriarch! Yi Chen went forward to hold the Patriarch. At that moment, the Patriarch was severely injured. Wu Shuang, take care of the old ancestor. Yes. Yi Wu Shuang supported the Patriarch and went to the back. This old fellow is actually so strong. I was careless. The old ancestor smiled. Although he was heavily injured, his spirit didn't decrease. At this moment, Yi Chen and Ling Huang stood facing each other in the sky. No one dared to move. Yi Chen, you've witnessed my strength. So what? I don't care if you're an immortal or an emperor. Before the heavens, you can only bow your head. Starlight shone from Yi Chen's eyes. The day turned into a starry sky. Seeing such a scene, even the Spirit Emperor felt shocked, unable to understand. Looks like this is the truth behind the secret cave. If that's the case, come and get it. Yi Chen activated the 8 gates divine disc and the power of the starry sky. Instantly, the might of an ancient god filled the sky, and the light of the sun and moon illuminated the universe. Boom! The boundless power transformed into the Heavenly Emperor's sword spirit and landed in Yi Chen's hand. Kill! The Celestial Darch sword determined the universe with one slash. Immortal art, heartless Tao. Facing such a terrifying might, Ling Huang used the scattered celestial technique and transformed it into a boundless palm energy that shot out from the sky. Boom! The might of the Celestial Darch sword clashed with the mighty palm print in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The surroundings were torn apart, and the void was lifeless. You can actually block my palm energy. Looks like if I don't get rid of you, there'll be endless trouble in the future. Ling Huang thought that his palm strike was enough to kill Yi Chen, but he was wrong. Gravely wrong. The Yi Chen before him had a strong foundation and powerful divine abilities that completely exceeded his imagination. Yi Chen was definitely a match for him. Ling Huang, you're too confident. You'll pay the price for your confidence. Facing Ling Huang's shock, Yi Chen did not change his expression. His eyes were cold like a real, heavenly emperor looking down on all living beings. This situation shocked and terrified countless spirit realm powerhouses. Who was Yi Chen? He was just a master conjoint body cultivator. However, Ling Huang was a powerful immortal. Even so, they were evenly matched. This meant that Yi Chen's talent and potential were immeasurable, like a terrifying god or demon. This person is so abnormal. It's unbelievable. How powerful is Ling Huang? He can't kill this person with one palm. He's too powerful. I've never seen such a powerful prodigy. Genius can't even describe his talent. Many spirit realm powerhouses shook their heads. They thought that the people of the spirit realm could rely on their superior environment to cultivate geniuses who surpassed all levels. However, Yi Chen, a person who had ascended from the spirit realm, had broken their conventional thinking. The shock of having their worldview destroyed was indescribable. Their hearts were filled with Yi Chen's shadow. Ling Huang looked behind him from the corner of his eyes and saw that everyone was shocked by Yi Chen's strength. This was not good news. All of you, calm down. A thunderous roar shocked everyone. Yes, everyone bowed. At this time, Ling Huang was furious and ruthless. No one dared to disobey his orders. Your time is up. Yi Chen Dai. Ha! The game has just begun, and you want to end it. What a joke! So what if he was an itinerant immortal? Before the Heavenly Emperor, they were all ants. Kill! Yi Chen activated the Heavenly Emperor Sword's might and combined it with the 8 Gates divine disc. The surrounding space immediately fell into a divine inscription barrier. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless divine inscriptions bloomed on Yi Chen's sword. The space rule kept changing. Even Ling Huang's immortal technique was restricted. Impossible. Ling Huang turned pale with fright. At this moment, he finally understood that the secret cave really existed. It was the power Yi Chen used. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. He quickly recovered from the shock. This was the powerful mind cultivation of itinerant immortals. They could better control their emotions, allowing their combat power to soar. Kill you, and I'll get everything. Ling Huang's face revealed a crazed expression as if he had changed into a different person. Many spirit realm powerhouses trembled. Many tribulation stage powerhouses knelt down. They did not dare to face Ling Huang's form. Ling Huang has entered the form of an immortal. Yi Chen must die. Let's hurry up and worship him. Otherwise, we'll die too. That's right, that's right. Many high and mighty powerhouses were like ants at this moment, kneeling in front of him. Ha ha ha! Ling Huang burst into laughter. It was like thunder, shocking everyone. Yi Wushuang and the Patriarch were so shocked that their bodies involuntarily wanted to kneel. Wushuang, hold on. The Patriarch gritted his teeth and shouted at Yi Wushuang. All right. Yi Wushuang was in a difficult situation as well. The restrictions of the immortal technique were too severe. Unless he had an ancient god body like Yi Chen, he would not be able to resist. Seeing Yi Wushuang and the Patriarch's predicament, a cold gleam flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. A heaven-devouring wrath dragon appeared behind him. Roar! The wrath dragon devoured the sky with supreme majesty. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that, countless immortal techniques were directly absorbed into the ancient god space. What? Chapter 1933. Absorbing my immortal art? Impossible. Seeing that the fury dragon behind Yi Chen was absorbing the power of the immortal technique, this phenomenon had already exceeded the spirit sovereign's imagination. It was precisely because he was an itinerant, immortal powerhouse that such a thing had never happened in a long time that he could not believe what he was seeing. The experts from the spiritual realm were even more shocked by this phenomenon, and many of them were dumbfounded. Immortal techniques were extremely powerful laws. Without ascending to the ranks of immortals, it was absolutely impossible to comprehend and use them. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was only a mastery integration powerhouse who had not even completed the ascension. He definitely had no fate with immortal methods. However, how could he absorb immortal methods directly? What did you do? Spirit Emperor asked in a trembling voice. I didn't do anything. Yi Chen replied coldly, making Ling Huang feel even more hopeless. It was as if all his hard work had been a joke. The person in front of him, a person of the spirit realm, had actually grasped the truth that he wanted the most and had even used it against him. How ironic was this? It was true that Yi Chen had not mastered immortal methods, but ancient god power was a natural order that was far above immortal methods. Therefore, even if Yi Chen could not master immortal methods, he could still use the space-time fury-devouring immortal system to refine him into food for his ancient god body. That was all. Naturally, such a method was very risky because if the opponent's immortal method was too powerful, Yi Chen might be severely injured. Spirit Emperor, your greed is insatiable. You want to use our lives to find the truth for you. Unfortunately, you're not worthy of the truth. Yi Chen's words were like an awl, constantly stabbing into Ling Huang's heart. For many years, he had been unable to ascend. Such a heavy feeling caused him to gradually lose himself. His heart was no longer calm, and his cultivation base was unable to break through. He had completely turned into another person, and in order to achieve his goals, he would do anything. Am I wrong? I want to ascend, I want to grow, am I wrong? The spiritual emperor kept shouting hysterically. Spirit Emperor, your wrongs and wrongs have nothing to do with me. Take care of yourself. Yi Qin led Wu Shuang and the patriarch out. No, come back here. Ling Huang flew out again, wanting to capture Yi Qin. He was not willing to give up. He wanted to know the truth about the secret cave. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with a chilling gleam as he activated the 8 divine boards. Z. The divine rune barrier blocked the operation of the celestial technique, and the Spirit Emperor's figure instantly fell to the ground. This was the first time that the Almighty Emperor had fallen in front of the crowd, so powerless and helpless. Everyone was shocked. Yi Chen's superiority could no longer be tampered with. Everyone worshipped Yi Qin. Yi Qin is a real immortal. We're impressed. You're too amazing. Farewell, Senior. Many old powerhouses of the spirit realm knelt on the ground and respectfully bid farewell to Senior. At the sight of this, the celestial sovereign's heart sank. He had never thought that he would be unable to defeat a body integration realm cultivator despite cultivating his entire life. Could this still be considered cultivation? Sighing, the Spirit Emperor bowed towards the departing silhouette and left the Spirit Emperor Palace. Spirit Emperor? Everyone urged him to stay. Although the Spirit Sovereign had lost to Yi Qin, he was still their pillar of support. Everyone, I was possessed. Fortunately, I was awakened by Senior Yi Qin. This person's talent is extraordinary, and his foundation is strong. He's not an ordinary person at all. He must be a super powerhouse who has reincarnated. I'm no longer qualified to lead everyone again. From now on, all of you will worship Emperor Yi Qin. After saying that, Emperor Ling turned around and left. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected things to develop to this extent. Without the Spirit Emperor, who would fight against the demon realm, Yi Qin brought Wu Shuang and the patriarch to a quiet place and sat cross-legged to rest. Yi Qin took out a golden pill and handed it to the patriarch. This is a golden pill I obtained from the immortal demon's secret realm. It's definitely effective. All right, thank you, fellow Yi. The patriarch was ecstatic. It was not only because of the golden pill in front of him, but also because of Yi Chen's strength. What kind of person was an itinerant immortal? They were super powerhouses on land. The might of their immortal techniques was unstoppable. However, in front of Yi Qin, they could not even withstand a single blow. It was the patriarch's lifetime honor to travel with such a person. Oh, the patriarch swallowed the golden pill in one gulp and immediately felt his internal organs warm. Spiritual power circulated in his meridians. It was extremely normal and even contained extremely strong rules, allowing the meridians in his body to grow again and become more solid. This was a double improvement of his foundation and talent. Ha. Good golden pill, good golden pill. The patriarch shouted with a loud laugh. Fellow Yi, where are we going next? I sensed it. This Spirit Emperor Palace is not the highest place in the spirit realm. Oh, you have a new direction? I sensed a place. That's the best place for me to go through the tribulation. Let's go. That's great. I also need to adjust my breathing, rest, and stabilize my foundation. Everyone got up and followed Yi Qin. After traveling for 1,000 miles, Yi Qin brought the two of them to the foot of a mountain. This place was filled with spiritual energy, beautiful mountains, and clear waters. The environment was excellent. Phew! The patriarch took a deep breath and immediately felt refreshed. The spiritual power contained in it was so rich. Fellow Yi, there must be a pure spiritual vein here, the patriarch said. That's right. I've already sensed the location of the spiritual vein. Let's go. Yi Qin walked in front and brought everyone to the 3 peaks. The 2 of you, these 3 peaks have 3 spiritual veins hidden. It's the best place for us to cultivate and ascend. Let's go in separately. Beautiful. The patriarch can't wait. The 3 of them nodded at each other. Yi Qin entered the middle while Wu Shuang and the patriarch entered the mountains on both sides. Rumble. Yi Qin smashed the boulder with his palm and a secret path appeared. This secret path was incomparably dark. Yi Qin waved his sword fingers and divine light bloomed, leading the way. After walking for about 10 miles, Yi Qin entered one of the spiritual veins. This was the core of the entire mountain range. Furho, now is the time for you to play your role. Roar! Behind Yi Qin, Furho appeared. As it roared, the surrounding space shattered, and the power of the spiritual vein emerged. Now is the time to go through the tribulation. Yi Qin activated the 8 gates divine disc. Immediately the 8 gates opened. Rumble. With a strong vibration, the power of the 8 gates and Furha's devouring technique activated the ascension formation around Yi Qin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spiritual vein glowed and endless spiritual energy entered the formation. After being purified, it was absorbed by Furho and entered Yi Qin's body. Rumble. The ancient god space was like a furnace, constantly refining pure spiritual energy, making Yi Qin's body gradually clear. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yi Qin's eyes emitted infinite spiritual light, and his body was crystal clear. Above his head, countless colorful clouds gradually condensed. Chapter 1934. Boom! Between the heavens and the earth, colorful clouds flew about. Drastic changes. The tribulation cloud suddenly appeared and began to attack Yi Qin's barrier. Are they here? Yi Qin opened his eyes and looked at the sky. The ascension that he had been waiting for was finally here. Such a heaven-defying act shall be punished by the heavens. Up in the sky, a majestic voice rang out. The great Tao was merciless, and the vast expanse was destroyed. The 8 gates divine disc, the space-time fury, and the heavenly emperor's original form. Yi Qin's talent was too powerful. It was obvious that he had surpassed the limits of heaven and earth, triggering the heavenly retribution and earth-destroying thunder that was thousands of times more powerful than an ordinary person. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The divine lightning descended upon the world, annihilating the heretic. The power of the immortal and demon was activated. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Endless samsara spun. High up in the 9 heavens, tribulation clouds manifested the figure of an Empyrean. Oh! Seeing the heavenly venerate's figure, Yi Qin smiled coldly. His arrogance did not decrease in the slightest. Come on! Lightning flickered in his eyes as he glared at the supremacy of divine lightning. Exterminate! The divine thunder struck furiously, wanting to kill Yi Qin. Boom! Emotionless giant energy bombarded heaven and earth. No one could survive here. The phenomenon triggered by Yi Qin's tribulation stage could be compared to ordinary geniuses becoming immortals. Boom! The divine thunder struck furiously, and the mountain range shook violently. Countless mountain peaks were shattered by the divine thunder and turned into dust. Yi Wushuang and the patriarch, who were absorbing spiritual power in the other earth veins, sensed all of this. Ha ha ha! Fellow Yi, you've finally reached this stage. Your cultivation is about to catch up to me, your ancestor. It's really incredible. Master, you've transcended the tribulation and ascended. Your strength has reached a whole new level, and you're invincible under heaven. Both of them cheered Yi Qin on. Of course, they knew very well that such a small problem would not be a problem for Yi Qin. Then, the 2 of them entered meditation. Boom! The divine thunder searched for Yi Qin's location. Finally, the coordinates of Yi Qin, who was in the center of the ley line, were locked onto. Destroy. Boom. Between heaven and earth, the lightning turned into a lightning spear and attacked Yi Qin. Heavenly Dharch sword. Although he was brimming with confidence, Yi Qin had to show enough respect to the immortal-level divine thunder power. The Heavenly Emperor's sword spirit made its move. Kill. The sword Qi rose to the sky and slashed out. Boom. The earth veins surged for 90,000 miles, shooting straight into the 9 heavens' divine slaying thunder. This strike completely broke through the core of the earth vein. The sword-shaped sword cut through all obstacles and rushed toward the divine thunder. Kacha, kacha, kacha! The sword Qi was irresistible and instantly destroyed the power of the divine thunder. Ha ha ha! This move triggered the mad laughter of the supreme divine thunder. Subsequently, countless lightning spears condensed in the sky. This was a response to Yi Qin's heaven-defying move. Destroy! So. Countless lightning spears rained down like raindrops. Ha ha ha! In the face of heaven's judgment, Yi Qin laughed maniacally as well. Subsequently, his figure flashed and soared into the sky. Qi! He pointed his sword forward, breaking through all kinds of obstacles. Mountain rocks flew everywhere. Space shattered, and a person rushed out from the shattered energy like a meteor. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless lightning spears attacked Yi Qin. One sword to shake 19 prefectures. The Heavenly Emperor's sword spirit appeared between Yi Qin's brows. Subsequently, the Heavenly Emperor's apparition appeared behind him. The Heavenly Emperor's apparition wrapped around Yi Qin and turned into a sword spirit Qi shield to protect him. The power of the divine thunder is mine. Subsequently, Yi Qin made a shocking move. He turned into the dragon of time and space and frantically devoured the divine thunder. Roar! The dragon of time and space triggered the space rules, and the entire space turned into a huge beast mouth that devoured everything. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless lightning spears were directly devoured by the dragon of time and space, leaving nothing behind. Roar! The dragon of time and space was destroyed. In the end, all the lightning spears were absorbed by Yi Qin. Ha ha ha! Yi Qin returned to his original form and glared at the supreme divine thunder. The supreme divine thunder was tens of thousands of feet tall and looked down on everything. However, in front of Yi Qin, he had no dignity at all. Emperor's Order, Universal Slash. The Heavenly Emperor's sword spirit appeared in Yi Qin's hand again. Rumble. An incomparably huge sword shape slashed toward supreme divine thunder. Go! The divine thunder condensed again, and an endless wind and flames attacked at the same time, all rushing toward Yi Qin. Oh, such a phenomenon clearly exceeded the level of the tribulation stage. This was completely a test for immortals, even for powerful immortals. The world turned upside down, and the universe was shaken. Then eat my attack. Yi Qin's eyes flashed with infinite power. The power of the divine thunder that he had absorbed before came into effect at this moment. Ah! With a long shout, the Heavenly Emperor behind Yi Qin's body flickered with electricity, and the Heavenly Emperor's sword of divine thunder condensed in between its brows. Whoosh! The sword gleam came out forcefully, like an arrow leaving the bow, falling to the ground like a meteor, unstoppable. Boom, boom, boom. Along the way, all the tribulation clouds were destroyed, and everything turned into dust. Rumble. In the end, the sword gleam penetrated the supreme divine thunder, and the supreme divine thunder's body suddenly shattered. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The endless power of the divine thunder scattered between heaven and earth. Roar. The roar of time and space appeared again. At the same time in the sky, the 8 gates divine disk enhanced the power of the roar, absorbing all the power of the divine thunder. This was the endless power of creation. Absorbing such power could completely refine the body of the supreme, divine thunder. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The ancient divine body contained all things, and the power of the divine thunder mixed with the bloodline. Rumble. In Yi Chen's meridians, endless divine thunder turned into divine dragons, constantly attacking in all directions, shaking his body. Unparalleled ancient god. Releasing the ancient god power, Yi Chen's body was indestructible, and he forcefully absorbed and refined the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the end, the supreme divine thunder was formed. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Yi Chen opened his eyes, and endless lightning flashed. He clenched his hands, and the powerful power shook the world. The entire mountain suddenly exploded. Devour. The powerful gravity of the spiritual vein in the earth was completely absorbed by the devouring power of the divine thunder. Ha ha ha! He had just broken through, but his foundation was already extremely stable. This spiritual land was the best place for Yi Chen to break through. Clap, clap, clap. At this time applause sounded. It was the patriarch who appeared. Congratulations, fellow Yi, on ascending to the ascension stage. The patriarch walked over with a smile, but halfway there, his face showed shock. Fellow Yi, your tribulation transcendent stage is too exaggerated. You actually have such a powerful divine thunder power on you. This is something that even I have never encountered before. The patriarch of hell felt the power of the divine thunder around Yi Chen in surprise and said, "Ha! I've absorbed all the power of the supreme divine thunder and achieved the supreme divine thunder. Huh." The patriarch was stunned. Even the strongest genius had to hide when encountering such a disaster, but Yi Chen directly absorbed the power of creation. Such courage, talent, and luck were indescribable. There was only one word: powerful. Chapter 1935. Fellow Yi, after coming to the spiritual realm, I received news that the Netherworld Battle Mansion wants to invite me back. The patriarch of Netherworld stepped forward. The Netherworld Battle Mansion. Yi Chen was puzzled when he heard of this place. I have some friends there. Now that I've recovered my cultivation base, it's time to go back and see them. I see. Since everyone is here, why don't we go together? I also want to see what kind of strange place the Netherworld Battle Mansion is. Please. The 3 of them headed toward the Netherworld. The Netherworld Battle Mansion was a secret place in the spiritual realm where independent cultivators gathered. The forces there were complicated. The place where the Patriarch of Netherworld was at was one of the major forces, the Netherworld sect. Previously, the Patriarch of Netherworld was the supreme elder of the Netherworld sect. Later, he left the sect for various reasons and met Yi Chen. After entering the spiritual realm, the Patriarch of Netherworld contacted the Netherworld sect. In the end, the Netherworld sect learned that the Patriarch of Netherworld was still alive. They were very happy and hoped that he would return to the sect. The 3 of them rode on the sword boat and traveled millions of miles in a day. Finally, they arrived at a strange place. Fellow Yi, the entrance to the 3,000 feet of the Netherworld is just ahead. 3,000 feet of the Netherworld. That's right. The Netherworld Battle Mansion is 3,000 feet below. Many hermits and experts of the spiritual realm are gathered there. However, those so-called righteous sects don't care about it. It's a small world. I see. But those righteous sects might not be stronger than this place, right? Ha ha ha, of course. Even the Spirit Emperor of the spiritual realm is no match for you. I think you should be the strongest here. That's not the case. Oh. Seeing Yi Chen's cold eyes, as if he saw something they did not, the Patriarch of Netherworld revealed a puzzled expression. Although the Spirit Emperor is an itinerant immortal, he's only a first tribulation itinerant immortal. To be precise, he's not even a first tribulation itinerant immortal. The spiritual realm is so vast. The true experts could be anywhere. The Patriarch of Netherworld nodded slightly. Itinerant immortals don't attack easily because they want to avoid heavenly tribulations. However, most of them are hermits. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. He made an inviting gesture, then released a talisman, which flew into the valley. The three of them arrived in front of the valley. Yi Qin looked over and saw that it was indeed bottomless, like a bottomless pit. Furthermore, there was a powerful formation within the valley. The arrangement of the rules was extremely complicated. If an ordinary person didn't know the method, it would be extremely difficult to enter. This was the Yellow Springs Isolation Formation. The talisman released by the Grand Ancestor flew 3,000 feet below and quickly disappeared without a trace. We will wait here. Someone will come out to welcome us soon. The old ancestor said with a smile. Yi Qin nodded lightly. After about a moment, a dark light suddenly appeared 3,000 zhang below. Then, the dark light flickered upwards. Who cast the spell? That person floated in midair, his eyes emitting fiery light, looking extremely strange. It was me, your ancestor, who sent it. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring stepped forward and said to that person, "You are..." That person looked at the old ancestor with a puzzled expression. He could sense a powerful Yellow Springs aura from the old ancestor's body. This aura was extremely familiar, and at the same time it shocked him. "Ha! You must be a junior of the Yellow Springs. You don't recognize me? Patriarch? You're the Patriarch of Yellow Spring?" "That's me." "That's great. Patriarch, please accept this disciple's bow." Sensing the old ancestor's aura, that cultivator directly knelt in midair and bowed to the old ancestor. "Get up. Take us to the Netherworld sect." "Yes." That person stood up and bowed, slightly to Yi Qin and Yi Wushuang. Subsequently, he led the three of them and rushed down 3,000 zhang below. The four of them turned into streams of light and rushed down 3,000 zhang. After landing, Yi Qin observed his surroundings. The environment here was extremely dark, and there was a strange atmosphere that made people feel uneasy. Of course, such an atmosphere had no effect on him at all. There were cultivators walking around everywhere. Many of them looked angry and had a strong, murderous aura. Coupled with the old ancestor's introduction, Yi Qin immediately understood that the forces here were extremely complicated. Many of them might be wanted criminals in the spirit realm. "This way, please." The cultivator led Yi Qin and the other two into a stone passage. The old ancestor revealed a puzzled expression. "Kid, since when do we have to take such a small path to the Netherworld sect?" The old ancestor asked. "I don't dare to lie to you, old ancestor. The Netherworld sect is completely different from before you left." As he spoke, the man revealed a helpless expression and seemed to be in a heavy mood. Hearing this, the old ancestor frowned. He knew that something had happened. "What do you mean?" Before the old ancestor left, the Netherworld sect was the most powerful sect within 3,000 zhang of the Netherworld sect and occupied the leading position here. Now that they had to take such a small path to enter the sect, it was obvious that they had been greatly excluded. "Old ancestor, you'd better go back and tell the sect leader. He'll tell you. All right, lead the way." The old ancestor's face was filled with anger. As the former supreme elder of the Netherworld sect, he could not watch his sect fall to such an extent. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Everyone quickly entered the Netherworld sect. The old ancestor was furious along the way, clearly very dissatisfied with such an outcome. Finally, they arrived in front of the Netherworld sect. Yi Qin looked over and saw that the three big words of the Netherworld sect were crooked. It was obvious that someone had done something to it. "What's going on?" The old ancestor was furious. It was a great humiliation for a dignified sect's plaque to be so crooked. "Old ancestor, please calm down. This is a prank by the evil dragon gang. They deliberately messed with us." The man said with his head lowered. "Evil dragon gang? Where did they come from?" The old ancestor thought about it carefully, but did not recall any evil dragon gang. Old ancestor, this happened after you left, so you don't know. Humph. What bullsh asterisk T evil dragon gang? Break. The old ancestor was furious. He struck out with his palm, and the powerful force shattered the entire plaque. Subsequently, the old ancestor condensed his chi with his sword finger and violently wrote 3 golden words on the stone gate. Netherworld sect. Domineering. Yi Chen said. Thank you for your praise, fellow Yi. The old ancestor's mood improved slightly, but when he turned to the disciple, he showed anger again. Bring me to your sect leader immediately. Yes. Seeing the old ancestor's hot temper, the disciple did not dare to delay and quickly led the old ancestor forward. After walking for about a moment, a large hall appeared in front of them. It was the Netherworld sect's meeting hall. Several people were discussing something, each of them frowning and depressed. Rumble. A powerful pressure came, causing everyone's hearts to tremble, and they stood up. Who is it? The Netherworld sect leader, the Netherworld Taoist, stood up and questioned the people outside the door. The old ancestor of Netherworld. The 4 words shocked the powerhouses present. End of this chapter. Chapter 1936. Taoist Master Netherworld burst into tears when he heard the Patriarch's name. Patriarch, you're finally back. Taoist Master Netherworld went forward and almost knelt on the ground. There's no need for this. Get up. Yes. Taoist Master Netherworld was the Patriarch's disciple a long time ago. After the Patriarch left, he had been the sect leader. Patriarch, who are these 2? He looked at Yi Qin and Wu Shuang behind the Patriarch and asked, These 2 are your seniors, especially fellow Yi. He's a supreme almighty. Do you understand? Huh? I see. I'm blind. Taoist Master Netherworld hurriedly bowed after hearing the Patriarch's introduction. May I know your name, senior? Yi Qin, this is Yi Wu Shuang. Yi Chen said, Welcome, seniors. This way, please. Yi Chen nodded slightly and entered the Netherworld sect. Many people did not know the Patriarch after entering the Netherworld sect. After Taoist Master Netherworld introduced them, everyone bowed to the Patriarch and Yi Chen. What's going on? What happened after I left 3,000 feet of the Netherworld? The Patriarch was very dissatisfied with the current situation of the Netherworld sect. He angrily scolded Taoist Master Netherworld. Patriarch, it's all because of my incompetence. Taoist Master Netherworld burst into tears again and then told them what happened after the Patriarch left. It turned out that after the Patriarch of Netherworld left 3,000 feet of the Netherworld, his enemies came to him. Not only did they humiliate the Netherworld sect, but they even took over the entire 3,000 feet of the Netherworld, turning the Netherworld sect from the most glorious sect to the most humiliated sect below 3,000 feet of the Netherworld. Damn it! The Patriarch slammed the table and stood up. He could not contain his anger. How could the Netherworld sect that he had personally created endure such humiliation? Patriarch, please calm down. The area below 3,000 feet of the Netherworld is completely under the North Nether sect's control. We're being humiliated by the people of the North Nether sect every day. We're just waiting for the Patriarch to return and lead us back to glory. Taoist Master Netherworld continued. But we have to think about this carefully, Patriarch. That bastard North Nether dares to humiliate the Netherworld sect to this extent. I'll definitely kill him. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring was also a hot-tempered person. How could he tolerate such humiliation? He immediately wanted to seek revenge on Taoist North Ming. Rumble. At this moment, a loud bang came from outside the door. The old ancestor flew out and saw that the 3 golden words of the Yellow Spring Gate that he had written had been torn apart. Who dares to touch my Netherworld sect? The Grand Ancestor roared angrily. Ha ha ha. Since when did Netherworld sect have such an arrogant person? How dare you shout at me? At this moment, a few people walked in from outside. Most of them were conjoint body cultivators, and the person walking in front was a perfected conjoint body cultivator. Yi Chen followed the patriarch out and saw these people. Each of them was arrogant and domineering. It was obvious that these people were probably the people from the north nether sect that the Netherworld Taoists mentioned. Who are you? The old ancestor asked. Old thing, you don't even know who I am? Ask that grandson behind you. The leader of the group berated the old ancestor. The old ancestor's eyes turned cold and murderous. This person's tone was too arrogant. Even the Netherworld sect's sect master, the Netherworld Taoist, was called grandson. Such a humiliation was not only to the Netherworld sect and the Netherworld Taoist, but also to the patriarch of Netherworld. Bai Ming-Chi, don't talk nonsense. We are surrounded by the supreme patriarch of Netherworld sect. How dare you speak like this? The Netherworld Taoist couldn't stand it anymore, so he mustered up his courage and said, Ha ha ha, Netherworld Taoist, since when did you become so tough? It seems like it's because of these pieces of trash, right? Bai Ming-Chi pointed at Yi Chen and the others and shouted. These words had gone beyond targeting the Akron sect and involved Yi Chen. Originally, this was an internal matter of the patriarch, and Yi Chen wanted the patriarch to solve it himself. However, the person in front of him was so reckless, so why should he show mercy? Feeling Yi Chen's powerful killing intent, the man frowned slightly. What? You want to fight? The man locked his cold eyes on Yi Chen. He opened his spiritual eye and found that Yi Chen was only a void refinement stage cultivator. He did not know that Yi Chen had concealed his cultivation base to keep a low profile. Fight? You don't even have the right to kneel at my feet, Yi Chen said coldly. What? Bai Ming-Chi was completely furious. He did not expect that a mere void refinement stage cultivator would dare to talk to him like this. Yi Chen's cultivation-based concealment technique was an ancient, secret technique. Even a tribulation stage cultivator would not be able to see through it, let alone a body integration stage cultivator. This person was courting death by provoking Yi Chen. Brat, if I don't tear you into pieces today, I'm not Bai Ming-Chi. Bai Ming-Chi came to the front forcefully and released all the power in his body, locking onto Yi Chen. Seeing this scene, the Netherworld Taoist's heart trembled. He looked at Yi Chen and found that Yi Chen was at the void refinement stage. He did not know how such a low-level person could become the Patriarch Senior, but he was a guest. He did not want Yi Chen to be killed by Bai Ming-Chi and embarrass the Patriarch. Bai Ming-Chi, this person is a guest. Don't mess around. The Patriarch looked at the Netherworld Taoist. The latter saw the look in the Patriarch's eyes and immediately retreated. Ha ha ha, guest, so what? I'm going to kill you today to show you where you stand. Bai Ming-Chi charged at Yi Chen wildly with spiritual power all over his body. Senior brother, kill this piece of trash. That's right. A mere void refinement stage cultivator wants to fight you, senior brother. How dare this piece of trash try to act cool? He deserves to die. The people from the North Nether sect could not see through Yi Chen's cultivation level. They cheered and waited for Bai Ming-Chi to kill Yi Chen before celebrating. Ha ha ha, I'll kill you to establish my prestige today. Die. Hearing the cheers from the people behind him, Bai Ming-Chi was elated and flew away quickly. Lowly dog, you've never seen the immensity of heaven and earth. You deserve to die. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold as the Heavenly Emperor Sword Spirit appeared. Whoosh! He waved his sword fingers as he turned around. Whoosh! The Heavenly Emperor Sword Chi streaked across the sky like a meteor chasing after the moon. Its power was unpredictable. Pissed. The smile on Bai Ming-Chi's face suddenly froze as a slicing sound was heard. He was still moving forward. The people behind him did not know what was happening and continued cheering. Ha ha ha, this brat is dead. At that moment, Bai Ming-chi stopped 3 meters before Yi Qin. He stopped moving forward, and the proud smile from earlier was still on his face. He was like a statue. That's not right. The people from the North Nether sect behind him were stunned. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a head rolled onto the ground. The face, with a creepy smile, happened to face the people from the North Nether sect. Huh. The people of the North Nether sect were all stunned, and their faces were filled with horror. Their senior brother, North Nether Chi, was at the peak of the body synthesis realm. He could even fight an ordinary crossing calamity realm cultivator to a stalemate. End of this chapter. Chapter 1937. Let's go. The people from the North Nether clan saw that the situation was not good and quickly retreated. Where are you going? The old ancestor was enraged. Sword Chi flew out, and instantly, a sword net weaved in front of everyone. Ah, we're just doing odd jobs and following Bai Ming-chi out. This has nothing to do with us. That's right, old ancestor, please show mercy. Many people from the North Nether clan knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Humph. Ants like you aren't worthy of dying in my hands. Go back and tell old Taoist Beiming that Patriarch Netherworld Li is back. Let him wait for death. Yes, yes. Everyone nodded, not daring to speak loudly. Scram! The old ancestor let out an angry roar, and the disciples of the Dark North sect all fled. Great, that's great. Seeing such a scene, the disciples of Yellow Spring sect cried out in surprise. The old ancestor had returned with 2 powerful seniors. The day of Yellow Spring sect's revival had arrived. They were incomparably elated, and the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time erupted. Senior's foundation is unfathomable. We are impressed. The people from Acheron sect stepped forward and bowed to Yi Qin. I thought you were a conjoint body cultivator and weren't a match for Bai Ming-chi. I'm truly ashamed. Taoist Netherworld stepped forward and said, Scoundrel, fellow Yi is a tribulation transcendence almighty. How can she be a body integration cultivator? The patriarch scolded. Many people from the Acheron sect were puzzled. Yi Chun was only at the void refinement stage. Ha ha ha. You mortals can't see through fellow Ye's technique. Even if fellow Yi was really at the body integration realm, killing Bai Ming-chi would be a piece of cake, let alone tribulation transcendence realm. Ah, so powerful? Everyone shuddered at the mention of the ancestor's eye. Senior Yi, this junior was blind. Please forgive me. Taoist Huang Quan led everyone forward to apologize. It's fine, Yi Qin said. Ha ha ha, I'm back. This time, I'm going to hold a feast for 3 days. Taoist Netherworld, you know. Patriarch Yellow Spring winked at Taoist Yellow Spring, and the latter smiled. Patriarch, don't worry. I'll immediately prepare the maidservants and arrange for them to be in your room tonight. Ha ha ha. You really understand this old man's good intentions. Get ready quickly. Yes, yes. Taoist Huang Quan quickly acted. Amazing. Yi Qin shook his head and walked into the main hall. The people of North Nether sect left the Yellow Spring sect and rushed back to the sect. Sect leader. Those people tumbled and crawled through the gate, shouting at the main hall. Is there a need to panic? At this moment, a person walked out of the main hall. He was burly and had a dark face. He wore a long black robe. It was Taoist Beiming. Sect Master, Lord Bai Ming-chi, what happened to him? Speak. He died in the Yellow Spring Gate. What? Old Taoist Beiming's brows furrowed in anger. The power of black water erupted from his entire body, and the person in front of him was hit on the spot. Ah, that person's entire body was covered in black water. His skin festered, his muscles dissipated, and he turned into a pool of blood on the spot. Ah, When the rest of the human realm saw this scene, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to move and didn't make a sound. Who killed Beimingchi? Yes, it's a young man. Someone said boldly. Young man? Which young man from the Yellow Spring sect is so powerful? How dare you lie to me? I'll tear you into pieces. We don't dare to lie to you, sect master. The Patriarch of Yellow Spring returned with 2 people. One of them is that young man. His strength is unfathomable and incomparably powerful. He decapitated Bai Ming-chi with 1 move. Damn it! Taoist Bei Ming raised his palms to the sky. Instantly, heaven and earth shook, and the black water filled the space. It was extremely terrifying. If I don't take revenge, I, Taoist Bei Ming, am not a human. His eyes emitted a dark light. Since the Patriarch of Yellow Spring had returned, there was no need for the Yellow Spring sect to stay. His goal was to use the Yellow Spring sect to lure the Patriarch back and then take revenge. Prepare for battle. Yes, sect master. Several generals walked out one after another, ready to fight. On the Yellow Spring sect side, there was singing and dancing. The Patriarch had returned, and countless beauties came to serve him. Ha ha ha! Fellow Yi, this one is beautiful. Why don't you use her? The Patriarch winked at Yi Qin. His small eyes rolled around, making Yi Qin speechless. Patriarch, you should keep her for yourself. Yi Qin only had Su Yuhan in his heart. He was not interested in these so-called beauties. The old ancestor was different. As long as she was a woman and didn't look too ugly, it would be easy for her to enjoy herself. Seeing the Patriarch touching the beauty and exploring her, causing her to moan repeatedly, the scene was very awkward. Yi Chen and Wu Shuang shook their heads. Come out, Patriarch of Yellow Spring. At this moment, curses came from outside. The Patriarch's brows furrowed as he flew out. Who is it? Patriarch of Yellow Spring. I'm from the North Nether sect. I'm here to issue a challenge on behalf of my sect master, Taoist Bei Ming. Oh, the Patriarch of Yellow Spring can't sit still so soon. It seems like the lesson the Patriarch taught him back then has been engraved in his heart. Ha ha ha! Patriarch of Yellow Spring, don't be so arrogant. The sect master will let you die. What a joke! I've returned to make the Yellow Spring sect rise again. The North Nether sect is nothing. This is a challenge letter. That person threw a letter of challenge at the old ancestor before flying away. The Patriarch opened it and saw that it was indeed Taoist Bei Ming's handwriting. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The words flew up and soon formed Taoist Bei Ming's appearance in midair. Patriarch of Yellow Spring, how dare you kill someone from the North Nether sect? This time, your Yellow Spring sect will be destroyed with you. 3 days later, at the Yellow Spring Battle Mansion, I'm waiting for you to die. Remember, don't even think about escaping. Otherwise, your Yellow Spring sect will be buried with me. In midair, Taoist Bei Ming's shadow kept shouting at the Patriarch of Yellow Spring. Damn it! The Patriarch was furious. With a slap, the shadow shattered on the spot. Patriarch, what do you think? The Yellow Spring Taoist asked with the experts of the Yellow Spring sect. What do you think? What's there to think about? Fight to the death. Yes. Everyone agreed and listened to the Patriarch's arrangements. Hurry up and prepare for battle. Yes. The Yellow Spring Taoist brought everyone to Zhang Jun to prepare for the battle. At that moment, Yi Qin walked over. Patriarch, who exactly is this Taoist Bei Ming? Fellow Yi, you might not know this, but this person is ruthless. Back then, because I saw too much killing, I used the Yellow Spring seal to stop his development. I didn't expect this kid to break the seal himself. It seems like his cultivation base has increased greatly in the past few hundred years. He wants to take revenge on me. I see. Is the Patriarch confident of winning? Ha! I've never been afraid of anyone. Don't worry, fellow Yi. Then we'll see how the patriarch performs. No problem. The patriarch's face was full of smiles. He did not feel nervous at all. Under the patriarch's arrangement, everyone drank for 3 days. The battle was about to begin. End of this chapter. Chapter 1938. Did you guys hear that? The Yellow Spring Old Ancestor has returned. A storm of blood is inevitable in the Yellow Spring Battle Mansion. Yeah, I heard that the Old Ancestor killed the North Nether Sex expert, North Nether Chi, right after he returned. The old Taoist North Nether was furious and has been wandering around the Yellow Springs Battle Mansion's forces recently. It seems like he's plotting something. This time, let's see if Ancestor still has the courage of the past. We're just here to watch the show. We'll cheer for whoever wins. Old Taoist Bei Ming has already issued the challenge. The battle is about to begin. In the streets and alleys of the Yellow Springs Battle Mansion, many experts were discussing. They were all waiting to watch a good show. Boom! A violent gale rose, and the sun and moon lost their light. Today, the long-awaited battleground of the Yellow Springs Battle Mansion was stirred once again. Dong, dong, dong. The disciples of the North Nether clan cleared the battlefield, and Taoist North Nether arrived on the back of a striped tiger. On the other hand, the North Nether clan had far fewer people. Over the years, Dark North Taoist had dominated the Netherworld Battle Mansion and gathered most of the experts under his command. There was only one purpose for him to allow the Netherworld sect to continue existing, and that was to lure Old Ancestor Netherworld back and kill him for revenge. The battlefield was surrounded by mountains, and on top of the mountains sat people from the major forces. Ha ha ha! I never thought that Old Ancestor Yellow Spring would really return. That's right. How many years has it been? Who knows where this old man is hiding, making it difficult for us to find him. Don't be careless. We need to see who will win between Patriarch Netherworld and Taoist Dark North. This is the key to our choice. You're right. These so-called big powers were just fence-sitters. They only looked at the winner. On the battlefield, the Netherworld sect and the North Nether sect faced each other. Old Taoist Baiming come out and die. Patriarch Yellow Spring flew toward the North Nether sect. Ha ha ha! Old Ancestor Yellow Spring, you finally returned. At the same time, Taoist North Ming flew out, releasing the power of darkness all over his body. Black water surrounded his back, ready to attack at any time. You bastard, you've already mastered the black water divine technique? Of course. Do you think I've wasted all these years? Patriarch Yellow Spring, today will be the day you die. Since this is the place for the final battle, I will make sure that your North Nether sect loses convincingly. No problem. With so many big shots here, we can all witness the moment when Netherworld sect's name is erased from history. Taoist Bei Ming waved at the peak, and countless experts responded. He wanted to let Old Ancestor Yellow Spring understand that the Netherworld sect no longer had the final say in the Netherworld Battle Mansion, but the North Nether sect. This was to pressure Patriarch Yellow Spring. However, all of this was nothing to him. What he wanted was the head of Taoist North Ming. Everyone, this is a grudge between Acheron sect and North Nether sect. I hope all of you can see it clearly. Don't worry, Patriarch. We won't interfere with your bloody battle. One of them said with a strange smile. That's right. All of you are important figures. We'll just watch the show. Of course, the name of Old Ancestor Yellow Spring is so domineering that we dare not interfere. Although everyone said that they would not interfere, the Old Ancestor had already seen some clues. These people were entangled with Old Taoist North Ming. It was hard to say what exactly was going on. Seeing that the Old Ancestor was hesitating, Yi Chen walked forward. Patriarch, why are you hesitating? With me and Wu Shuang here. Do you have anything to worry about? As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Who is this brat? How dare he speak so arrogantly. Ha ha ha! Avoid refinement trash dares to pretend. He's courting death. Many powerhouses mocked Yi Qin, but he did not care. What he wanted was to help the old ancestor kill Taoist Northming and let Acheron sect rise again. Ha ha ha, you useless trash. How would you know how powerful fellow Yi is? Shut up. The old ancestor scolded everyone. Humph, old ancestor Yellow Spring, don't be arrogant. You're the only one who can rely on avoid refinement trash. Indeed, you're making things difficult for us for a piece of trash. Old ancestor, you're crazy. Old ancestor, you must be cautious in this difficult time. Everyone was clearly threatening because they saw the old ancestor defending an unknown brat at void refinement stage in front of everyone. They were all famous figures, so they could not accept such a contrast. Humph, I'll settle the score with you after I kill Taoist Northming. The old ancestor Yellow Spring naturally understood that the North Nether sect had been able to run amok all these years because of the support of these so-called major forces. They helped the North Nether sect sit on the position of overlord and then obtained a lot of benefits from the North Nether sect. Ha ha ha, old ancestor. If you say that, there's nothing we can do. Taoist Northming, we all support you. Yes, we support the North Nether sect. Instantly, countless powerhouses expressed their support for the North Nether sect. They had colluded long ago, but the old ancestor had given them a chance to break the deadlock in advance. Be *starred. The old ancestor was furious, but with a strong enemy in front of him, he could not attack those people. Those people revealed treacherous smiles on their faces, waiting for the old ancestor to die. They knew very well that Taoist Northming had cultivated the Black Water Divine technique all these years and had succeeded. It was extremely powerful, so the old ancestor would definitely die. Yi Chen's eyes swept in all directions, and all kinds of information entered his mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Then the information turned into images. It was these people's techniques and cultivation base. As long as it could be seen, everything was there. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Humph. A bunch of mobs dares to be so brave? Yi Qin sneered and thought to himself. At this moment, many powerhouses from the Netherworld sect and the North Nether sect entered the battlefield. Old ancestor Netherworld, I'll let you know today that the Netherworld sect has long fallen. As he spoke, Taoist Northming signaled a powerhouse with his eyes. Remember, kill everyone from the Netherworld sect without mercy. Yes, that person flew onto the battlefield. Netherworld sect, who dares to fight? There was a provocative look on his face, as if he thought that no one from the Netherworld sect dared to accept the challenge. This person was a powerhouse from the North Nether sect, Biming Foam. His strength was far above Biming Cheese. He cultivated the Black Energy Divine technique and was Taoist Northming's favorite disciple. Haha, it's Biming Foam. This person is ruthless and has killed countless Netherworld sect disciples. No one dares to fight this time. Yes, the Netherworld sect has fallen. Ha ha ha. The Netherworld sect is useless. Instantly, countless powerhouses mocked the Netherworld sect. At this moment, the old ancestor was furious and turned to look at everyone. Who dares to fight? As expected, many powerhouses from the Netherworld sect looked at each other, not daring to move. What are you all doing? Taoist Netherworld, what's going on? The old ancestor scolded angrily. Old ancestor, you might not know this, but this person is the god of slaughter of the North Nether sect. He's extremely powerful and ruthless. This, end of this chapter. Chapter 1939. Hearing Taoist Master Netherworld's words, the patriarch flew into a rage. Since when did we Netherworld sect become so cowardly? The patriarch's words were extremely domineering. Taoist Master Netherworld dared not speak any more, and could only lower his head. Ha ha ha! At that moment, a mocking laugh came from behind, shaking everyone's hearts. As long as all of you kneel and beg for mercy, I can consider letting you live. Bai Ming Fong sneered at the people from Netherworld's sect with a face full of mockery. In his eyes, everyone in front of him was trash. Bai Ming Fong! The Patriarch's eyes were cold as anger surged. Patriarch of Netherworld, it seems like no one from your Netherworld sect dares to fight? Or do you want to fight personally? I'm not afraid of you. Bai Ming Fong stretched out his arms again, as if he had won. Ha ha ha. Many powerhouses laughed. Not only the people from North Nether sect, but there were also many people from sects that used to be on good terms with Netherworld sect. Times had changed, and everything was different from when the Patriarch was around. Humph, he's just someone who has a death wish. What's there to be afraid of? At that moment, someone walked forward. It was Yi Wushuang. What did you say, you immature brat? Bai Ming Fong shouted angrily when he heard Yi Wushuang's words. Fellow Yi, there's no need for Wushuang to do anything. I'll take care of this bastard myself, the Patriarch of Netherworld said to Yi Qin. Patriarch, you're the master of Netherworld sect. You don't have to do it yourself. Leave this to me. How can I do that? Why would I say that? Ha ha ha, fellow Yi is indeed righteous. I'll thank you in advance. I'll watch fellow Yi perform. The Patriarch of Netherworld returned to Netherworld's sect's side and glared at Taoist Master Netherworld. Trash, back off. Yes, yes. Taoist Master Netherworld retreated with the people from Netherworld sect. At that moment, Yi Wushuang walked out from the battlefield. Ha ha ha, the Patriarch of Netherworld has fallen to the point of using a kid to fight? How laughable. The old Taoist priest Bai Ming glanced at Yi Wushuang. He was just a kid on conjoint body. Although it was amazing that he could reach conjoint body at this age, he would be courting death if he fought Bai Ming Fong. Hey, hey! Yi Chen suddenly shouted at Taoist Master Bai Ming. Kid, what do you mean? Taoist Master Dark North replied. If you want to fight, let's fight. What's the point of saying so much? Humph, Bai Ming Fong. Kill that brat, then kill them all. Old Taoist Bai Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Since old ancestor Netherworld was back, the revenge could begin. The slim chance of survival that was given to the people of Netherworld's sect could be taken back now. Kill. Bai Ming Feng's killing intent exploded as he charged at Yi Wushuang in a frenzy. ZZZ. However, Yi Chen's eyes gleamed as the Heavenly Emperor Sword Spirit appeared above his head. Subsequently, his primordial spirit merged with the Sword Spirit and merged with Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang opened his eyes all of a sudden. He was as cold as the god of death. Even Bai Ming Fong felt a chill in his heart when he saw such a gaze. He was a person with a murderous temperament, but he didn't expect the eyes of the person in front of him to be 100 times colder than his. So. Yi Wushuang moved and arrived before Bai Ming Fong within the blink of an eye. Impossible. Bai Ming Fong was shocked when he saw the scene before him. The speed of the person before him was too ridiculous. Yi Wushuang was a sword spirit. Now that he had Yi Chen's primordial spirit on him, he was essentially Yi Chen now. Kill. Yi Wushuang pointed his finger as he shouted, and a sword chi shot out. Whoosh! The sword chi sliced through the air in the blink of an eye. The sword chi was extremely precise as it was aimed at Bai Ming Feng's throat. So cold. Bai Ming Fong was a person who had lived on the edge of a knife, so he immediately realized how terrifying the person before him was. Relying on his killing instinct, Bai Ming Fong tilted his body and dodged the fatal attack. Whoosh! However, the blade still pierced through his shoulder. It was excruciating. Uft! Blood spurted out of his shoulder like a pillar. A single strand of sword chi was actually so powerful. Many experts had seen the truth of it all. Bai Ming Feng, the Grim Reaper of the North Nether clan, had now met an even more powerful opponent. Moreover, his opponent was unpredictable. Bai Ming Feng, leave your last words. Yi Wushuang's eyes shone with a white gleam as if he was unconscious. It was because he was currently possessed by Yi Qin. What did you say? As the powerful god of death of the North Nether sect, how could Bai Ming Feng be threatened like this? Of course he would not give in. He wanted to unleash his most powerful ability and kill the person before him to prove his ability. Bai Ming Feng, stop playing around. Kill him. In order to prove how powerful the North Nether sect was, the old Taoist priest did not want to waste any time, so he gave Bai Ming Feng the final order. Yes, Bai Ming Feng turned around and charged after receiving the order. Your time's up. Die. Bai Ming Feng moved at the fastest speed. He could not even blink. Sigh, in the end, that brat is going to die in Bai Ming Feng's hands. He has such a cultivation base at such a young age. He's quite talented, but he shouldn't have offended the North Nether sect. I didn't expect the Patriarch of Hell to find such powerful help. What a pity. Many powerhouses expressed their pity. Many of them even wanted to rope Yi Qin and Yi Wushuang in, but they did not have the chance now. At that moment, Yi Wushuang stood alone in the battlefield like a bronze statue. Such a strange action confused Bai Ming Feng. Coupled with the power of the sword chi earlier, his movements were slowed down by half a beat. What? Yi Qin was the incarnation of the heavenly Larch. His combat experience was probably 100,000 times that of Bai Ming Feng's. This momentary opportunity was seized by him immediately. Kill! With Yi Wushuang's body, the heavenly emperor's sword spirit appeared again. It merged with Yi Wushuang's heavenly emperor sword body, and its power increased exponentially. Whoosh! A sharp light seemed to pierce through time and space, and the surrounding space stopped instantly. Pissed! The sharp light was too fast. Even the splattering blood could not keep up with it. At the same time when time and space stopped, Yi Wushuang put his sword away and turned his back. Everyone's shocked expression froze in the air. Bai Ming Feng's shocked expression froze in the air, and the old Taoist priest's shocked and distorted face froze in the air. Ah! The old Taoist priest felt as if his body had entered an alternate dimension and became extremely heavy. The feeling made him crazy and furious. Rumble! As Taoist Bai Ming relied on his own foundation to create a powerful explosion, the surrounding space finally returned to normal. Boom, boom, boom. The moment time and space returned to normal, Bai Ming Feng's head rolled onto the ground. Nobody knew how he died. Nobody even saw Yi Wushuang attack. Huh? What happened? A powerhouse asked blankly with his chin drooped. End of this chapter. Chapter 1940. After killing Bai Ming Feng, Yi Chen's primordial spirit returned, and Yi Wushuang fought alone. His majestic appearance shocked many people from the North Nether sect. Bai Ming Feng was the god of slaughter in their sect. He had killed countless powerhouses, and even people on the tribulation stage had been killed by him. Now, a mere conjoint body had killed Bai Ming Feng. This young man clearly had an extraordinary background. Even the Patriarch of Hell felt that something was wrong. Patriarch of Hell, who is this? How dare he kill a powerhouse for my sect? The Patriarch of Hell questioned. Ha ha ha, this is fellow Ye's disciple. Although his cultivation base is only at conjoint body, it's more than enough to kill trash like you. He also sensed that Yi Chen's primordial spirit was attached to his body, making Yi Wushuang invincible. With Yi Chen's sword technique, killing Bai Ming Feng was too easy. However, he would not say that out loud. Now that the North Nether sect was shocked, everyone might have lingering fear. Don't think that you can scare the North Nether sect just like that. Patriarch of Hell, let's end our grudge today. Very well, Patriarch of Hell. You're a treacherous person. You deserve to die here. The two of them were at odds with each other. Seeing that the Patriarch was about to fight, Yi Chen reminded, Patriarch, this person has hidden his strength well. Don't be careless. Don't worry. I know this brat's previous level very well. I'll kill him directly this time. The Patriarch was determined to kill. Previously, this Patriarch of Hell was his mortal enemy. Back then, the Patriarch had let this guy go. Never had he thought that he would make a comeback today and dare to bully the Hell sect. He must take revenge. Kill. The Patriarch of Hell attacked. Several dark darts appeared in his hand. They flickered with a dark light and contained mysterious rules. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The darts kept flying into the air. Just as the Patriarch was about to dodge, he realized that the darts had disappeared. The Patriarch was stunned and confused. Patriarch, watch out. Yi Chen warned, but it was too late. The darts flew out of the alternate space and attacked the Patriarch of Hell. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 darts flew at him at the same time. Patriarch Yellow Spring reacted immediately, but he still could not dodge all of them. Fresh blood flowed from the old ancestor's shoulder. Just as the old ancestor was about to attack, he realized that the dart was poisoned. Poison! Ha ha ha! Old ancestor Yellow Spring, you claim to have come from hell, but you've actually been poisoned. Seeing that Patriarch Yellow Spring was poisoned, Dark North Taoist kept smiling, feeling very proud. Damn it! The Grand Ancestor was furious. Underworld, sword appeared in his hand again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Yellow Spring's sword chi traveled in all directions, piercing through countless walls and heading straight for Taoist North Ming. Humph! Insignificant tricks. Taoist Bei Ming snorted coldly and didn't care at all. Transform! Taoist North Ming threw out a pair of dark golden alms bowls, which collided with each other in midair. Boom! Immediately, a shock wave swept through the space, shattering all the underworld sword chi. The old ancestor was shocked. He didn't expect Dark North Taoist's strength to improve so quickly. Before the rescue, the old ancestor had defeated Dark North Taoist. At that time, Dark North Taoist was not talented and had a wicked mind. The old ancestor only taught him a lesson and didn't kill him. He didn't expect that he would become so powerful now. How is this possible? The old ancestor was puzzled. Ha ha ha! Old ancestor Yellow Spring, I'm not here to get rid of you today. I'm here for revenge. Dark North Taoist laughed. Finally, he had the chance to get revenge. Today, he would pay back the humiliation he received from the old ancestor. Die, old ancestor Yellow Spring. The old ancestor flew out, holding the golden alms bowl with both hands, and kept hitting it in the air. Boom! The golden alms bowl made strange noises, constantly shaking the space, forming shockwaves that went straight for the old ancestor. Underworld soared. Hell change. The old ancestor was enraged and released a great divinity. The Yellow Springs hell appeared in the world again. Sword chi whistled, and wind and thunder appeared in the sky. ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. The power of wind and thunder combined with the Yellow Springs chi descended. Boom! However, when the sword chi came into contact with the shock waves from the golden alms bowl, it naturally collapsed and turned into nothingness. This is impossible. The old ancestor was shocked. He could not understand what was going on in front of him. What special ability did the golden alms bowl have to make his underworld sword chi ineffective? Ha ha ha! Old ancestor Yellow Spring, your end is here. After you die, I'll completely destroy the Netherworld sect. The entire Netherworld battle mansion will belong to my North Nether sect. Ha ha ha! Dark North Taoist had completely gained the upper hand, and the old ancestor Yellow Spring was in danger. Meanwhile, the powerhouses who were watching the show chose to side with the North Nether sect. After all, it was the North Nether sect that had been informing the Netherworld Battle Mansion for a long time. Since the old ancestor Yellow Spring could not defeat Dark North Taoist, the Netherworld sect would definitely be completely destroyed in the future. They could only listen to the North Nether sect's arrangements. The old ancestor Yellow Spring can't hold on any longer. This time, Sage Master North Nether will definitely win. That's right. The old ancestor has left the Netherworld Battle Mansion for so many years, and he's going to be defeated when he comes back. What a pity. Martial Tao disciples walk against the current. If they don't advance, they'll fall behind. The old ancestor can't hold on any longer. The crowd only saw the result, and they could not see the key at all. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp, and his fiery eye was watching. From the pair of golden alms bowls, he sensed the rule that surpassed the heavenly tribulation. The power was engraved into the golden alms bowls through some kind of formation veins. As long as Dark North Taoist knew how to activate the veins' power, the golden alms bowls could unleash a power that surpassed his own. That was the reason why Dark North Taoist seemed to be invincible. Although these veins are exquisite, they pale in comparison to the 8 divine veins. However, the old ancestor isn't familiar with the martial art of veins, so it's impossible for him to be his match. Yi Chen knew what Dark North Taoist was relying on at a glance. At the same time, Dark North Taoist was going to kill the old ancestor. Netherworld sword, slash! The old ancestor channeled all of his origin power, wanting to stake it all on this one attack. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Dark North Taoist released the golden alms bowl's power again. Boom! The powerful force instantly shattered the Netherworld sword chi, and the old ancestor was defeated again. Uft! The old ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood poison had attacked his heart, and he could no longer fight. Go to hell! Kill! Dark North Taoist seized the opportunity and attacked the old ancestor Yellow Spring at the same time. Old ancestor. At the critical moment, Yi Chen moved and arrived next to the old ancestor within the blink of an eye. Go! Yi Chen pointed his sword finger, and the Heavenly Emperor's sword chi shot out. It contained the 8 divine veins, and it was extremely exquisite. It's still sword chi. Shatter! Dark North Taoist had no idea what was going on, so he wanted to use the golden alms bowls to destroy the sword chi. However, the golden alms bowls bounced back the moment they came into contact with the sword chi. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was heard, and sparks flew everywhere. Dark North Taoist caught the golden alms bowls forcefully while his body trembled as he retreated dozens of steps. Everyone was shocked. End of this chapter. Chapter 1941. The golden alms bowl was Dark North Taoist priest's foundation, so he had to take it by force. However, the moment he touched it, he felt a sharp pain coming from his hand. It was a heart-wrenching pain. How is that possible? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the recoil from Yi Chen's sword chi was too powerful, the golden alms bowl kept shaking. Dark North Taoist priest's hands were shaking as if he had encountered the recoil from a super powerhouse's internal energy. The situation had completely exceeded Dark North Taoist priest's expectations. Naturally, he was shocked. You're using a pair of golden alms bowls to harm others. Just as the patriarch said, you're a cunning person. Yi Chen glared at Dark North Taoist priest coldly. Every word he said was a provocation and mockery. Everyone was shocked to hear that and see what happened. Elder Taoist Bei Ming was someone who could suppress the Patriarch of Hell, and it was a huge advantage. The Patriarch of Hell was a tribulation stage cultivator, but he was still no match for Elder Taoist Bei Ming. However, everyone saw that Yi Chen's cultivation base was at the conjoint body stage, which was the same as the young man from before. You're definitely not a conjoint body. You're suppressing your cultivation base. That's for sure. Dark North Taoist priest roared. He absolutely did not believe that Yi Chen was only a conjoint body. However, to him, even if Yi Chen was a tribulation stage cultivator, it was impossible for him to fight the golden alms bowl. What exactly went wrong? Without the golden alms bowl, you're a piece of trash. Yi Chen did not respond to Dark North Taoist priest's roar. Instead, he continued to pressure him with words. Damn it, even if you're a tribulation stage cultivator, you're still a corpse to me. Suddenly, Dark North Taoist priest's body cracked, and a black battle armor appeared on him. At the same time, his foundation increased crazily, reaching complete tribulation stage. Yi Chen's eyes were cold. Although he knew that Dark North Taoist priest's golden alms bowl had a history, he did not expect Dark North Taoist priest to elevate his cultivation base to such a level with the concealment formation in the alms bowl. Everyone was shocked. A complete tribulation stage cultivator was definitely a super powerhouse among them. It was a level where one could truly undergo the tribulation stage and become an immortal. It was too terrifying. Rumble. At that moment, the surrounding space was compressed rapidly. The golden alms bowl kept vibrating, releasing a powerful force. Countless powerhouses were shocked and dared not move. Ha ha ha. Taoist Bei Ming continued to laugh wildly, and a powerful cyclone appeared around his body. There was even the power of thunder stirring, which was a sign of the great perfection of the tribulation transcendence. See how strong this sovereign's foundation is? Brat, no matter who you are, no matter how deep you've hidden your cultivation, it's all useless now. This sovereign is definitely above you, and with the support of the golden alms bowl, death is your only ending. Then let me see what you've got. Yi Chen glared at Taoist Master North Ming coldly and activated his golden pupil flame. Immediately, he saw a layer of light that ordinary people could not see surrounding Taoist Master North Ming's body. The light was similar to the light on the golden alms bowl, but it was hidden under the black battle armor. These rays of light contain demonic patterns. These demonic patterns were different from ordinary demonic patterns. They contained exquisite formations that could forcibly raise Taoist Dark North's cultivation, and the source of the power transmitted by these demonic patterns was the golden alms bowl. Ha ha ha, brat, you're too conceited. Die. Taoist Master North Ming was furious. He was a super powerhouse who had controlled the Netherworld Battle Mansion for many years. Today, he encountered an unknown brat blocking his way. This was a humiliation in itself. If he did not kill the enemy before him, he would not be able to survive in the Netherworld Battle Mansion anymore. Seeing such a powerful Taoist Master North Ming, everyone thought that Yi Chen was done for this time. He's a genius to be able to force Taoist Master North Ming back. But facing Taoist Master North Ming, who has raised his cultivation to such a level, Yi Chen is doomed. Not only is he doomed, but he'll die in the most brutal way possible. You all know how Taoist Master North Ming treats his enemies. That's right. What a pity for this brat. Everyone shook their heads. Although they had submitted to Taoist Master North Ming, they still had some complaints about him, but they dared not say it out loud. Taoist mysterious method, apprehension. Taoist Master North Ming's body emitted a black glow as dark whirlwinds spun around him. They rose and turned into a tornado. Subsequently, countless bird cries were heard. Countless black cranes charged at Yi Chen like arrows that left the bow. Oh, Yi Chen smirked slightly, and the space-time wrath suddenly appeared behind him. Roar! An earth-shattering roar was heard, and a dark abyss appeared before Yi Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The whirlpool in the dark abyss spun rapidly, and an irresistible absorption force erupted. Countless black cranes were completely absorbed by this dark whirlpool. Seeing that not only did his divinity not cause any harm, but it was also being absorbed by Yi Chen directly, Yi Chen was too arrogant. You be asterisk starred. How dare you absorb my divinity? Great, you're dead, ha ha ha. Although he thought that Yi Chen would definitely be attacked by the black cranes and be poisoned to death, it was extremely shocking that Yi Chen could directly absorb the great divinity that he released through the Taoist Master North Ming's mysterious method. Many powerhouses of the Taoist Master North Ming were shocked by Yi Chen, but when they heard Taoist Master North Ming say that Yi Chen would definitely be poisoned to death, they began to shout, "Yi Chen must die! Yi Chen must die!" Countless people shouted and roared. The more they shouted, the more guilty they felt because the great divinity of the killer move was directly absorbed. Such a scene had never happened before. Taoist Master North Ming, how dare an ant like you criticize the Heavenly Emperor's actions? The corner of Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly. Suddenly, the huge figure behind him stomped his feet. Rumble! The ground shook and cracked. The Taoist Master North Ming disciples who shouted, "Yi Chen must die," earlier were floating in the air. "Ah, what's going on?" "No, let me go." "What is this? Can't we resist this kind of power?" Countless Taoist Master North Ming's bodies floated in the air involuntarily. Subsequently, they began to spin in the air. Such a scene made Taoist Master North Ming feel incredulous. "Get down here." Taoist Master North Ming released the power of the Golden Alms Bowl, trying to destroy Yi Chen's whirlpool formation. However, when the Golden Alms Bowl approached the whirlpool, it was repelled. It kept making vibrating noises, and cracks even appeared on the Golden Alms Bowl, making Taoist Master North Ming's heart tremble. This Golden Alms Bowl was his foundation. Once the Golden Alms Bowl broke, not only would he lose the ability to use the super divinity, but his foundation would also plummet. All of this was under Yi Chen's control. "Kacha! Kacha! Kacha!" Hiss, hiss, hiss. As everyone watched in shock, the bodies of the Taoist Master North Ming disciples floating in the air were torn apart. Their bones shattered, and their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Today is the 11th of February, 2021 in the Gregorian calendar, which is also the 30th day of the 12th lunar month. Gushan wishes everyone a happy New Year's Eve and good luck in the year of the ox. May your family be happy and everything goes well. I also thank everyone for accompanying me and supporting me until now. End of this chapter. Chapter 1942. You dare to kill my North Nether Sex disciple! North Nether shouted angrily. Ha! Why wouldn't an ant like you dare? Killing you is like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Yi Chen sneered. He did not take North Nether seriously at all. His arrogance shocked everyone. Now, no one dared to say anything bad about Yi Chen. Even those who mocked Yi Chen and thought he was useless knelt on the ground and began worshipping him. They knew that it was too easy for these powerful people to kill them. Moreover, they must have heard what they said earlier. This was their only chance to survive. They could not give up their pride in martial Tao and do such a thing. Be asterisk starred. I'm in charge of the Netherworld Battle Mansion. Die, you juniors. North Nether completely unleashed his power. The super strong power of a great retribution stage shook heaven and earth and reversed the universe. However, the person in front of him was the ruler of the sky, the king of the sun and the moon. Facing such an existence, it was useless even if he had heaven-defying power. Golden Alms Bowl. North Nether realized that not only was the person in front of him not at the conjoint body stage, but his cultivation base was not lower than his. He was a great retribution stage powerhouse. Such an old monster could not be killed without unleashing his ultimate power. Rumble. The North Nether mysterious technique kept improving his foundation. North Nether decided to stake it all and completely released the demonic pattern formation in the Golden Alms Bowl. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless demonic patterns appeared on North Nether's body, turning him into a demon general. Ha ha ha. North Nether laughed maniacally. He had clearly lost his mind and was controlled by the demonic energy. The people from the other forces in the Netherworld battle mansion finally understood that North Nether's power was demonic energy. How is this possible? This guy is from the demon race? It doesn't look like it. I think he's controlled by the demon race. This guy defected to the demon race. We definitely can't follow him. When everyone saw North Nether's demonic body, some cultivators with backbone began to draw a line with him. They began to support Yi Qin. After all, Yi Qin could force North Nether to this step. Obviously, he was an almighty. Yi Qin is our hope. Kill these demons and free the battle mansion. Kill the demonic dwellers and free the Yellow Springs battle mansion. In an instant, countless people from various forces switched sides and supported Yi Qin. This caused many powerhouses of the North Nether sect to feel waves of pressure. They did not expect that the North Nether Taoist had obtained his strength from the demon clan. If this went on, they would be too ashamed to show their faces. We support Yi Qin. Finally, many of the North Nether sect's combatants switched sides. They stood on the crowd's side and supported Yi Qin. Ha ha ha! Old Taoist Dark North, you've worked so hard for your entire life, yet you've ended up like this. How do you feel? Yi Qin asked while looking at Master Dark North. Yi Qin, I must kill you today. I'll deal with these pieces of trash after I kill you. Old Taoist Master Dark North's domineering aura reverberated in all directions. Many people were terrified when they heard that. They were contemplating if they should escape immediately. After all, to them, Yi Qin was not a sure winner. If Yi Qin lost to old Taoist Master Dark North, they would all be doomed. Therefore, many people left the battlefield in advance. However, they were blocked by waves of powerful magical energy halfway. It's too late for you to escape now. Old Taoist Master Dark North activated his magical energy and extended his demonic claws, instantly grabbing those cultivators who wanted to leave. Those people revealed a terrified expression and began to beg for mercy. Old Taoist Master Dark North, we were confused. Please forgive us. Old Taoist Master Dark North, we're willing to follow you to kill Yi Qin. Those fence-sitters began to fall with the wind again. They begged for mercy and flattered him. However, old Taoist Master Dark North was already controlled by the magical energy. His murderous nature could not be contained, so he did not listen to their explanations at all. Kill! Kacha! With a series of cracking sounds, those cultivators' bodies exploded one after another. Blood flowed like a river. Ha ha ha! Old Taoist Master Dark North laughed maniacally. Killing made him extremely excited. Naturally, Yi Qin would not save these fence-sitters. They dug their own fates, so they had to bear the consequences themselves. Seeing so many cultivators die in old Taoist Master Dark North's hands, more people fell into panic. However, they still endured it because old Taoist Master Dark North had gone crazy. They did not want to repeat the same mistake. Yi Qin, it's your turn. Old Taoist Master Dark North locked his cold eyes on Yi Qin as a sinister and vicious smile appeared at the corner of his lips. As such, everyone was shocked at the same time because if Yi Qin died in old Taoist Master Dark North's hands, they would also be killed. Yi Qin, you must hold on. Yi Qin, kill this demon. Our hopes are all on you. Countless cultivators looked at Yi Qin with longing eyes. Clearly, he had become their savior. However, Yi Qin did not care about these people's pleas at all. What he wanted was for the Acheron sect to rise again and for the Patriarch to regain his glory. It's time to end this. Old Taoist Master Dark North. Yi Qin's eyes emitted a hellish, cold gleam. At that moment, he was the god of death from hell, ruling over everything. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As rays of light bloomed, the sword of judgment appeared in Yi Qin's hand again. the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Ha ha ha! Yi Qin, this sword is indeed extraordinary. It looks like it might even be comparable to an immortal weapon. But so what? It's just trash in your hands. I've absorbed the power of the demon, Venerable. I'm invincible now. Die! Old Taoist Master Dark North was very confident in his foundation. This was the power of the demon Venerable that he obtained from the golden alms bowl with his blood and sacrifice. He did not believe that he could not kill a mere Yi Qin with his great ascension tribulation foundation and the power of the demon Venerable. However, he had miscalculated. The mere Yi Qin before him was a supreme existence that he could not look up to. Demonic killing technique, Dai. Old Taoist Master Dark North could not hold back his anger anymore. He released the most powerful killing ray, which was the demonic killing technique formation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The formation turned into an ultimate weapon and attacked Yi Qin. Ah, everyone was shocked as they stared at the battlefield. Old Taoist Master Dark North's foundation was too strong. With the support of the demonic killing technique, could Yi Qin withstand it? Even more people thought that Yi Qin could not hold on any longer and that everything was going to end. Even the patriarch stood up and stared at the battlefield coldly. Although he believed in Yi Qin, his opponent's absolute ability was too powerful. This was a battle to the death. Facing such a great killing technique, Yi Qin's eyes were slightly cold. He slowly raised the Heavenly Emperor's sword in his hand and subsequently aimed at old Taoist Master Dark North's huge figure that was charging at him. No second sun in the sky. Chapter 1943. The flames of war reached the sky, and the ground was frozen. At that moment, the most magnificent scene appeared on the battlefield. At the same time, Taoist Master Bei Ming stood a step away from Yi Qin. His huge body was like a demonic beast, but he was motionless at that moment. His entire body was sealed in ice. His body was like an ice sculpture, but within the ice sculpture, flames were burning. Ah! Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground like wooden chickens. What kind of divinity is this? It's too shocking, too awesome. It's simply a miracle. Taoist Master Bei Ming is dead? Everyone carefully observed the scene within the ice sculpture, but no matter how they looked, Taoist Master Bei Ming did not move. Only the flames were still burning. Whoosh! Yi Qin put away his sword and walked toward the Acheron sect. Patriarch, I'll leave the rest to you. Fellow Yi, you're truly a god. Ha ha ha. The Patriarch was overjoyed. He knew very well that with Taoist Master Bei Ming's current strength, he would definitely not be able to defeat him. However, before Yi Qin, Taoist Master Bei Ming was just an ant. That was the difference between them. Where are the people of the North Nether sect? The Patriarch flew out and berated them forcefully. Ah, what? The people of the North Nether sect who had supported Taoist Master Bei Ming earlier knelt on the ground, not daring to move. We're willing to be punished. Please spare our lives, Patriarch. That's right. Please forgive us, Patriarch. We're willing to do anything for the Acheron sect. We'll never be disloyal. Many North Nether sect disciples knelt on the ground, begging for the Patriarch's forgiveness. How did you bully the disciples of the Acheron sect before? At that moment, the Patriarch called an Acheron sect disciple over. Patriarch, these beasts have gone too far. We can't forgive them. The disciple said fiercely. Very well. How did they bully you before? Fight back now. Yes, yes, fight back. Countless Acheron sect disciples ran over and attacked the North Nether sect disciples. Soon, the North Nether sect disciples were bruised and swollen. They did not look human anymore. However, this was already a good result for them. As long as they did not die, they were willing to accept any punishment. Great, great, the Acheron sect is invincible. The Yellow Spring Gate is supreme. In just a short moment, many forces that were suppressing Yellow Spring sect and supporting Nether North sect had now completely supported Yellow Spring sect. This was the underworld. "You lowly people, shut up!" the old ancestor shouted angrily. No one dared to speak again, and they all shut up. From today onwards, the Netherworld sect will seize control of the Netherworld battle mansion again. I, the Patriarch of Netherworld, will take the initiative to give the position of the Lord of Netherworld to fellow Taoist Yi. In the future, when you see fellow Taoist Yi, it will be the same as seeing the Lord of Netherworld. Kneel and worship. Yes, yes. After all, Yi Chen's ability was too powerful. He had easily killed the old Taoist priest North Sea, whose demonic energy had gone berserk. No one could stop his might. Ha ha ha, fellow Yi, are you satisfied with this honor? The Patriarch asked Yi Chen. Patriarch, you know that I'm not interested in these things. This time, I'm just helping the Netherworld sect revive, Yi Chen said. Of course I know, but I still want the status that I should have. After all, without you, the 3,000 feet of Netherworld would have fallen into the hands of the demon clan. However, this old Taoist priest, North Sea, has such strength. He must have received help from a demon world almighty. If we don't investigate this matter clearly, I'm afraid that there will be endless danger below the 3,000 feet of Netherworld. What the Patriarch said was exactly what Yi Chen was worried about. He could tell at a glance that it was impossible for the old Taoist priest North Sea to reach such a level with his own talent and foundation. This could be seen when the old Taoist priest North Sea lost the power of the golden alms bowl, and his figure instantly dispersed. Patriarch, I'll handle this matter. You should revive the Netherworld sect immediately. Thank you, fellow Yi. The Patriarch nodded slightly and personally led the team to reorganize the major forces in the Netherworld battle mansion. All of them were under the Netherworld sect's leadership. Subsequently, Yi Wushuang and the Patriarch returned to the Netherworld sect together, while Yi Chen visited various places in the Netherworld battle mansion. After a day of visiting, Yi Chen knew every corner of the Netherworld battle mansion like the back of his hand. However, he did not find a place where the demonic energy was hidden. This meant that if there was really a mastermind behind this, he must have already known about what happened here and concealed his whereabouts. Netherworld battle mansion. 3,000 feet of abyss. Yi Chen walked to the edge of the abyss and looked down. The endless darkness was like the mouth of a giant beast, constantly devouring people's consciousness. Ordinary people would fall into it and sacrifice themselves if they looked at it. However, Yi Chen's mind power was so powerful and his ancient god body was unparalleled. There was no harm even after looking at it many times. However, Yi Chen did not see any information from the abyss. Yi Chen's eyes were slightly cold. The power in his body shook as he activated the golden pupil flame. The true Samadhi fire rushed into the abyss. The flames soared into the sky, illuminating a radius of 1,000 miles. However, Yi Chen still could not see the bottom of the abyss. This abyss is unusual. He immediately realized that the Netherworld abyss before him was definitely not an ordinary natural structure. It was very likely that this was the key to the chaos in the Netherworld battle mansion. Phew! All of a sudden, Yi Chen seemed to have heard a strange sound. It sounded like breathing. The sound was heavy like a pulse, stirring the air in the Netherworld abyss. This strange phenomenon made Yi Chen even more certain that there must be a secret in the Netherworld abyss. Could this be the source of demons? Demonic patterns bloomed on Yi Chen's right hand. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Demonic energy continuously gathered in Yi Chen's hand. Subsequently, he released a demonic energy shockwave that rushed down 3,000 feet. Rumble! A loud tremor sounded, but the 3,000 feet was like a huge vortex that devoured everything. Soon, the demonic energy that Yi Chen released disappeared without a trace. This is too strange. It seems like I need to ask the Patriarch for information. Yi Chen did not act blindly. Instead, he quickly returned to the Netherworld gate to look for the Patriarch. After all, This was the patriarch's previous cultivation place. He had been here for who knew how many years, so he must know something. When he returned to the netherworld gate, what he saw was not a cultivator, but 8 scantily dressed maids. They all bowed to Yi Qin. "Welcome, Lord of Netherworld." When they bowed at the same time, their figures could be seen clearly. It was a spectacular scene. At a glance, Yi Qin knew that this was the patriarch's doing. Sigh. He could only shake his head, helplessly. The maids directly stuck to him and asked questions, making Yi Qin annoyed. Rumble. Suddenly Yi Qin was enraged. His divine power shook, and the 8 women were scared silly on the spot. They retreated one after another. "Ha ha ha, fellow Yi, why bother with them?" The patriarch walked out and said with a laugh, "Patriarch, your taste needs to be improved." "Fellow Yi, you're surprised. These beauties all have top-notch figures. They're the patriarch's favorite type. Why don't I find you something different?" "Don't." Chapter 1944. Patriarch, I found an abyss at the edge of the Netherworld Battle Mansion. Do you know about it? Abyss? Hearing this, the Patriarch of Hell frowned slightly as if he thought of something. Could it be the Netherworld Abyss? The Patriarch could only think of this mysterious place that could interest Yi Qin. "Patriarch, it's here. Do you know the origin of this place?" Well, the Patriarch brought Yi Qin into the hall, and the two sat down. The Netherworld Abyss existed before the Netherworld Battle Mansion was formed. We've explored it before, but there was no news. For many years, there was no movement in the Abyss. In the end, it was sealed and forgotten by everyone. Why are you mentioning it now, fellow Yi? Sealed? I don't think the Abyss was completely sealed. At that time, we did seal it completely. Could it be? The Patriarch was shocked. It seemed that the Abyss was automatically unsealed. "Patriarch, let's go back and take a look." That's what I was thinking. Yi Qin and the Patriarch flew out and headed straight for the Netherworld Abyss. The two of them arrived at the Abyss. At this time, the ground was restless and demonic energy surged, soaring into the sky. Such a scene, what's underground? Seeing such a scene, the Patriarch was shocked. When he was in the Netherworld Battle Mansion, nothing like this had happened. This energy is demonic energy. There must be something mysterious under this abyss. Fellow Yi, what do you plan to do? I thought the Patriarch knew about this abyss and wanted to ask, but now it seems like I can only explore it myself. Is it dangerous? Ha! Why should I, Yi Qin, be afraid? Ha ha ha, that's true. Fellow Yi, there's nothing to worry about. The Patriarch laughed. Yi Qin let the Patriarch take the back while he flew down the abyss. The abyss was chaotic. As Yi Qin flew down, the deeper he went, the more he felt that the rules of the surrounding environment were completely different from the outside world. Here, the pressure on the body was extremely great. At the same time, there were all kinds of strange demonic energy interference. Ordinary people would only die if they came down. If Yi Qin had not cultivated both immortality and demonic energy, it would not have been so easy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yi Qin continued to descend. The depth of the abyss surprised him. Although he was prepared, it was still much deeper than he expected. Boom! As Yi Qin went deeper into the ground shook and the space reverberated. The density of Pandora demon energy gradually soared. Gradually, even Yi Qin felt pressured. This was a very rare occurrence. The demonic energy here is so pure, and it even contains a strange law. What is it? Yi Qin had fought with the demonic realm and even the people of the demonic world. He knew very well that the Pandora demon energy here was completely different from the Pandora demon energy in those people's bodies. The Pandora demon energy here was filled with absolute destructive power. It was terrifying and breathtaking. The deeper Yi Qin went, the more disturbed he felt. He quickly activated the ancient God heart cultivation method to stabilize his spirit. Boom! Suddenly, the earth split open and lava flew into the air. Lava! Yi Chen waved his sword fingers and sword chi shot out. Countless lava was cut by the sword chi and fell. Phew! At this moment, the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. It was strange, drawn out, and carried a heavy pressure. Yi Chen's eyes turned slightly cold. He activated his golden pupil flame and looked around. But he didn't find anything strange, but this breathing sound was definitely real. What was it, and where was it hiding? Roar! Suddenly, a huge roar came from the deepest part of the ground, shaking the space and making Yi Chen's ears feel uncomfortable. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. He gathered ancient god power in his sword fingers and pointed downward. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ancient god sword chi rushed to the bottom, its majestic power shaking the earth. Boom! The ancient god sword chi was condensed by the supreme ancient god power. The law within it was already heaven-defying, so naturally it was not restricted by any other law. It broke through the energy protection at the bottom, and the rumble shook thousands of miles. Roar! It seemed to be heavily injured by the ancient god sword chi. The roar below became even more violent. Following that, powerful energy rushed out from the ground and attacked Yi Chen. Oh! Yi Chen smirked slightly. It seemed that his sword chi had worked. Break! One word, break! Subsequently, the space behind Yi Chen roared angrily, and the majestic power instantly shattered the lava attack. Which evil creature is it? Show yourself! Yi Chen shouted. Roar! At this time, following the loud roar, the surrounding space suddenly changed. Among the countless changes, Yi Chen finally arrived at the underground hall. Roar! At this time, the three-headed hellhound appeared in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen was greatly shocked, thinking that he had sensed the aura of the nether purgatory. This was closely related to Suyuhan, so how could he not be shocked? Evil creature, is this really the entrance to the nether purgatory? He ignored the danger and went forward to question. Roar! However, the three-headed hound did not respond at all. Instead, it opened its huge mouth to swallow Yi Chen. You're courting death! Yi Chen attacked angrily. With a point of his sword fingers, a sharp sword gleam slashed across. The three-headed hound was injured by the sword gleam, and blood flowed out. However, the blood seemed to have triggered the three-headed hound's murderous nature. It frantically bit at Yi Chen. Evil creature, if you don't respond, I'll crush you like an ant. The Heavenly Emperor's shadow appeared behind Yi Chen. In an instant, even the incomparably violent hellhound was intimidated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The hellhound kept retreating as if it was very afraid of the Heavenly Emperor's shadow. Still not showing yourself? Yi Chen's eyes glowed. The golden pupil-fiery eyes had already discovered that the hellhound was just an illusion and the real controller was here. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a strange and drawn-out laughter rang out. A skinny and tall monster walked out. His legs were like bamboo poles, his body was extremely slender, and his face was very repulsive. It was very strange. Who are you? How can you come to the 3,000 feet of the netherworld? This is the real 3,000 feet of the netherworld? Yi Chen asked doubtfully. If not here, where is it? Is there another 3,000 feet of the netherworld? The old man's question made Yi Chen nod slightly. Yes, he had heard that the place above was called 3,000 feet of the netherworld. It might just be a rumor. What's the relationship between the 3,000 feet of the netherworld and the nether purgatory? Nether purgatory? The old man looked at Yi Chen coldly. You actually know about the nether purgatory? How can I not know? I have a close relationship with the nether purgatory. Answer my question immediately. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. He did not want to waste time. Why must I answer your question? The other party did not cooperate. Yi Chen was furious. This was related to Su Yuhan's current situation. He must not let any accidents happen. End of chapter. Chapter 1945. Ha ha ha, young man. Don't be too arrogant and conceited. This is my home ground. The old man laughed coldly, as if he was very confident in his own strength. At the same time, the surroundings changed rapidly. An entire image of hell slowly appeared. Boundless nether energy began to occupy the space. Really? The corner of Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly as the Heavenly Emperor's silhouette appeared behind him. Boom! The light of the Heavenly Emperor illuminated the entire space. In an instant, the might of an ancient god swept out for 1,000 miles. Even the mysterious underworld energy was suppressed. This is impossible. A look of disbelief appeared on the elder's face. Just who was this young man in front of him? Why did he have such might? What was that supreme might he exuded? Before the nether prison, you have to bow your head. The patriarch was enraged. He unleashed even more powerful nether force in an attempt to completely destroy Yi Chen's martial will. However, it was all in vain. Ancient god power burst forth from Yi Chen's body. In his Vajra mode, Yi Chen was impervious to all poisons. The nether prison poison energy in the surrounding space couldn't get close to him. Gate dog, how dare you disrespect the heavens? Yi Chen's eyes released the true Samadhi fire, and the surrounding space burned rapidly. The old man turned pale with fright and quickly retreated. Damn it! The old man summoned the three-headed hellhound again to attack Yi Chen. Whoosh! Yi Chen's body soared into the air instantly. The 9th heaven-trampling steps was extremely exquisite. The hellhounds could not lock onto him. Heavenly Dharch sword, universe-severing. Yi Chen's superb insight and rich experience as a Zhuohan allowed him to seize the opportunity and slash through the air. Boom! Kacha, kacha, kacha! Under the celestial Dharch sword, the Cerberus was shattered on the spot and turned into nothingness. Ah! The gatekeeper of the nether purgatory had never seen such a powerful force before. He had used underworld energy to observe the movements of the surrounding environment and even made a contract with someone, granting him the power of underworld runes so that he could kill everyone and become the overlord of the netherworld battle mansion. However, he was completely defeated by Yi Chen. Tell me the truth, or I'll kill you without mercy. With the Heavenly Emperor's sword in his hand, Yi Chen looked like a Heavenly Emperor had descended. His majesty was so powerful that no one could stop him. The old man kept retreating, obviously shocked. This is one of Nether Prison's entrances to the spirit world. An entrance. Yi Chen kept analyzing the information in his head. How many entrances are there in Nether Prison? This old man is only in charge of the 3,000 feet entrance to the Yellow Springs. As for where the other entrances are and how many there are, I do not know either. Really? Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. The old man was terrified and knelt on the ground. It's true, it's all true. Hell dog, let me tell you. If you dare lie to me, even if it means reaching the ends of hell, I will kill you. I don't dare, I don't dare. The old man knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Nether Prison. Su Yuhan's face appeared in Yi Chen's head. He felt a pang in his heart. Fine, I'll spare your life. Look after this place for me. If anything happens, I'll make you pay. Yes, yes. Yi Chen turned around and flew up. On the ground, the Patriarch of Hell kept pacing. It had been a while since Yi Chen went down. During this time, he heard all sorts of strange vibrations below. He did not know what was happening and was rather anxious. Fellow Taoist Yi, fellow Taoist Yi. The Patriarch released his psionic energy and sent his voice over 1,000 miles. Patriarch. Just as the Patriarch was worrying, a voice came from below. It was Yi Chen. Ha ha ha. I knew that with fellow Ye's ability, any danger would be no problem. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a stream of light flew up. It was Yi Chen. Fellow Yi, what's down there? Why did you go down for so long? 3,000 feet of the netherworld. Huh. If it's 3,000 feet of the netherworld, what's above us? The netherworld battle mansion. Tits, the patriarch was a little confused, but he did not ask further. The two of them returned to the netherworld gate and were welcomed by everyone. Yi Qin understood that the patriarch was holding a banquet. The patriarch must be very interested in the situation below. Moreover, Yi Wushuang was also curious. Fellow Yi, tell us what you saw down there. The patriarch said with a smile. All right, I'll tell you. Yi Qin told them about the various situations down there. The patriarch and Yi Wushuang were amazed. I didn't expect the real 3,000 feet of the netherworld to be under the netherworld battle mansion. Moreover, it seems that Taoist North Ming strength is due to this hell dog. Smart. This hell dog controls nether energy and can draw nether runes. Previously, I thought that Taoist North Ming used demonic runes, but now that I think about it, it should be nether energy disguised as demonic energy. Is this nether energy really so magical? That's right. There are many differences between the might of the netherworld, purgatory, and demonic energy. But nether energy is more mysterious and unpredictable. Fellow Yi, now that we've found the entrance to the netherworld purgatory, are you going to look for? Naturally, the patriarch knew who Yi Chen was concerned about. Patriarch, you should understand that I must find you, Han. Otherwise, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Sai, I know you're an infatuated person. I'll definitely support you. The patriarch raised his cup. Yi Chen nodded slightly and drank it in one gulp. Just as everyone was drinking, a loud bang suddenly came from outside the netherworld gate, shaking it. Yi Chen's gaze traveled 1,000 miles as he looked outside. He saw many powerhouses gathering in the sky. They did not seem to be targeting the netherworld gate, but the entire netherworld battle mansion. Evil creatures of the netherworld battle mansion, come out! The loud bang shook the area within 100 miles. Instantly, countless forces of the netherworld battle mansion were alarmed. Who's so arrogant? You're courting death. Die. The powerhouses of the netherworld battle mansion appeared one after another. They still did not know who dared to be arrogant in front of the battle mansion. Yi Chen, the patriarch, and the rest also flew out. High up in the sky, a sword boat floated in the sky. Yi Chen glanced over and saw several powerhouses, all of them peak conjoint body cultivators. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the land of the netherworld? As the representative of the netherworld battle mansion, the patriarch flew up and faced the newcomers. Ha ha ha! The netherworld battle mansion is a place of thieves and thieves. It's a chaotic place. Today, I'll kill all of you and make a name for myself. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Make a name for yourself? Ha ha ha! I think you should be buried here first. The patriarch laughed maniacally and shouted at the person in the sky. Ignorant, independent cultivator, how dare you oppose me? Die! The person attacked directly with a sword ray. Clang! Just when the sword ray was about to touch the patriarch, Yi Chen waved casually and the sword ray shattered. You're from the Ling Emperor Palace? Yi Chen asked. The Ling Emperor Palace? Ha ha ha, they're not qualified. Oh. Yi Chen's interest was piqued. In the spiritual realm, which force was more powerful than the Ling Emperor Palace? End of this chapter. Chapter 1946. Who are you? How dare you destroy my Acheron sect? The patriarch glared at the person in the sky and questioned. You don't even know the true spirit hall, and you dare to stand in the spiritual realm? Damn it. The person in front swept his energy toward the patriarch. Underworld sword. The patriarch was furious. Sword energy shot out, and the underworld sword gleam swept in all directions. However, the person in front of him used some kind of divine ability and withdrew his hands. The patriarch's sword energy dissipated in the air. This The patriarch was shocked and frowned. Patriarch, you can't. At this moment, the Netherworld sect leader, the Netherworld Taoist, walked forward and said anxiously, "What do you mean?" The patriarch asked. "These people are from the true Spirit Hall, which is the true ruler of the spiritual realm. Even the Ling Emperor Palace is under their control." What? The patriarch was shocked. No wonder these people were so arrogant. They had such information. The patriarch was also new to the things that happened after the patriarch's death. Naturally, he did not know about it. Patriarch Netherworld, kneel and submit now. Otherwise, your Netherworld sect will be destroyed. The person who came was high and mighty. He instantly knew the identity of the patriarch Netherworld. He must have come prepared. Yi Qin looked at the sky and pondered. These people might have come to subdue the Netherworld sect because that would be equivalent to subduing the entire Netherworld battle mansion. It was unknown if they had other goals. After all, a powerful force like the true Spirit Hall should not be interested in a place like the Netherworld battle mansion. How did the Netherworld battle mansion offend you? Why do you want me to submit? Your existence is a sin. Unless you have the permission of the true spirit, no one has the right to live in the spiritual realm. You are so arrogant. Ha ha ha, that's right. What do you think? Seeing that the person before him was extremely arrogant and did not give him any leeway, the patriarch was furious. After all, he had followed Yi Qin for a long time. He still had some pride in him. He could not tolerate such humiliation. Kill! The patriarch moved and the sword energy rose again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The person in the air with the Netherworld sword energy. Small tricks. However, that person was not afraid at all. He retracted his hands once more and the old ancestor's sacred art disappeared. The two failures had placed the old ancestor in a predicament, and he had no idea how the young man before him had managed to do it. After all, the young man's cultivation was only at conjoint body realm consummation. While it wasn't too low, it was still a significant advantage over the old ancestor in terms of cultivation. However, just how in the world did the young man manage to dispel the sword qi so easily? Yi Chen's eyes were sharp as he observed the man's movements. I see. Soon Yi Chen saw the truth. It was because of the magic weapon in that person's hand. Most people would not notice it, but Yi Chen did. There was a pair of jade slips between the man's hands. The patriarch's sword qi was absorbed by the jade slips. Ha ha ha! Old ancestor Yellow Spring, you're just SOSO. That person began to mock the ancestor. This made the old ancestor furious. As someone who had undergone tribulation, it was a great humiliation for him to be unable to fight against someone at the body integration realm. Ancestor, this person has a trick. Why are you sighing? Fellow Yi, what do you mean by this? You will understand immediately. Yi Chen walked to the front and faced the expert. Ha ha ha, is it your turn? What's the difference? That person was high and mighty, mocking Yi Chen. In his opinion, Yi Chen's cultivation base was inferior to the old ancestor Yellow Spring, so he could easily kill him. And you won by trickery. I'll show you your true colors, Yi Chen replied coldly. Ha ha ha, damn it. That person laughed a few times at first, then revealed a ferocious expression and shouted loudly. Yi Chen's figure flew up and soon sensed that there were more powerhouses hidden in the fog behind this person. Those people's cultivation base was far above this person's. It was obvious that this person was just a cover. Sword raging waves. Yi Chen waved his sword fingers and wild waves rose. Strong waves rushed toward that person. Withdraw. That person felt the powerful sword qi. Following the previous method, he retracted his hands, trying to eliminate Yi Chen's sword qi. Rumble. However, he had miscalculated this time because Yi Chen's sword qi was like a raging wave crashing against the shore. It was endless and contained the ancient god's life rule. That person kept absorbing the power of the sword qi, but the sword qi was so powerful, vigorous, and endless that the person gradually revealed a look of fear. It's impossible. He kept shouting. The sword Qi kept entering his hands and was absorbed by the jade piece. However, as Yi Chen's sword Qi continued to be produced, the vigorous power hit the jade piece, and the jade piece could no longer bear the weight. Kacha, kacha, kacha! Finally, the jade piece broke and energy exploded. That person was the first to bear the brunt. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful sword Qi not only contained Yi Chen's power, but also the patriarch's 2 previous attacks. Protect! That person quickly activated the shield to escape, but the shield was instantly broken by Yi Chen's sword Qi. Then, the patriarch's underworld sword Qi came for his life. Without the protection of the jade piece, the underworld sword Qi was invincible. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 sword rays slashed across. That person's eyes widened as if he could not believe it. However, his head rolled to the ground. Ah, great, Senior Yi is mighty. Patriarch is mighty. Such a situation instantly stirred everyone's emotions. They all shouted Yi Chen's and the patriarch's names. It's not over yet. Just when everyone was pleasantly surprised, Yi Chen's cold voice stunned them. Rumble. Before they could react, thunder rumbled in the sky, and the wind and clouds surged. Behind the wind and clouds, a group of people appeared. The aura of these people was clearly stronger than the previous people. Amidst the wind and clouds, a carriage appeared. No one knew who was sitting in the carriage, but the vigorous pressure made many people from the underworld sect, kneel on the ground, and some even spit blood. Uft, uft, uft. Blood splattered, and the internal energy dissipated. Everyone was in danger. The patriarch was shocked. He also felt his heart was in chaos. His meridians were rushing in the opposite direction, and he was in unbearable pain. Yi Chen had the ancient god body. It was difficult for any power to invade him, so he was not threatened. Who's there? Show yourself. He flew up and pointed his sword at the carriage. Yi Chen wanted the person to show himself. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just when Yi Chen's sword Qi was about to arrive, a strong light shot out from the carriage. Rumble. The light collided with Yi Chen's sword Qi, and a loud bang shook 100 miles around. Very good. A voice came from the carriage. It was a woman's voice, cold and calm. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp as he looked at the carriage. He activated the golden pupil fiery eyes and saw through the carriage. He saw a beautiful woman sitting inside. You're Yi Chen. End of this chapter. Chapter 1947. Yi Chen did not expect them to call out his name. He realized that these people might be here for him. That's me. What can I do for you? Yi Chen looked at the carriage and asked, Spirit Emperor has already told me about you. The true Spirit Palace needs your cooperation. It really is that old man. To be able to confront Spirit Emperor head-on, you're indeed extraordinary. This time, the true Spirit Palace needs your cooperation. Cooperate? What do you want? In that case, a restless person like you must have discovered the secret of the 3,000 Zhang Yellow Springs, right? Hearing this, Yi Chen pondered. This person was most likely referring to the entrance to the underworld. However, the underworld was related to Su Yuhan's search, so Yi Chen did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. Secret? What secret? Yi Chen did not admit it. Instead, he was testing him. Don't waste time, Yi Chen. Netherworld. Yi Chen had no room to compromise since the other party had mentioned the underworld directly. You want to enter the netherworld? Not bad. I don't want to cooperate with you. Leave now. Yi Chen said coldly, send them off. Hearing Yi Chen's bluntness, the disciples of Netherworld were stunned. Their hearts trembled as they wondered if Yi Chen was being too arrogant. The person before them was from the true Spirit Palace, a supreme existence in the spiritual realm. No one dared to speak to the true Spirit Palace's messenger like that. The Netherworld Taoist master stepped forward and whispered to the Patriarch of Netherworld, hoping that the Patriarch could stop Yi Qin from angering the messenger. Otherwise, the Netherworld sect might be destroyed. Humph! Trash like you dares to criticize fellow Ye's actions? This. Taoist Master Huang Quan did not expect the Patriarch of Hell to be on Yi Chen's side. He was terrified. High up in the sky, Yi Chen was still confronting the carriage. Yi Chen, I advise you to be careful with your words and actions. Otherwise, you'll never find your wife. What did you say? Yi Chen was shocked. He did not expect the man to say something like that. Did he really know about Su Yuhan's existence? Su Yuhan. The name made Yi Chen's heart skip a beat. I also want you to watch your words and actions. Otherwise, the cold sword will be merciless. Ha ha ha. The woman burst out laughing. Yi Chen, the fact that we were able to find you means that we know enough about you. Do you really think that we only know what Ling Huang told us? We know you very well. You have to understand that only by cooperating with us to enter the Netherworld will you have any hope of finding your wife. There was killing intent in Yi Chen's eyes, but he suppressed his rage. This concerned Su Yuhan, so he must not be careless. Tell me your purpose. Otherwise, I won't be able to comply. As for the purpose, the Lord of True Spirit wants to open the passage between the spirit realm and the Netherworld to find the heart of the son of the underworld. Heart of Nether Sun? Yi Chen had never heard of such a thing, but it sounded like some kind of powerful treasure. That's right. As long as you help us find it, we will let you meet your wife. How can I trust you? Look at this. Suddenly, the space in front of him trembled and a jade pendant appeared. Yi Chen was shocked. Su Yuhan's powerful aura was released from the jade pendant. This is impossible. He kept telling himself to restrain himself, but he could not help but feel excited when he sensed the aura. Could it be that the other party really knew where Su Yuhan was? Yi Chen seemed to have no choice under the impact of so much information. In order to find Su Yuhan, he had to cooperate with the person before him. Yi Chen clenched his fist, and the jade pendant fell into his hand instantly. This is my master's sincerity to you. I hope you won't let my master down. We'll begin our journey to the Netherworld in 3 days. With that, the carriage slowly disappeared into the clouds. Seeing the carriage disappear, the powerhouses from the Acheron sect heaved a sigh of relief. To them, Yi Chen charging into the Lord of True Spirit was an extremely dangerous move. Fellow Yi, what's going on? The Patriarch asked. Yi Chen fell silent and put away the jade pendant. Patriarch, I'm going to the True Spirit Palace. I'll leave Wushuang to you. No way. Let's go together. No need. It's more convenient for me to move alone. Seeing the determination in Yi Chen's eyes, the Patriarch could only nod. Subsequently, Yi Chen flew out. Relying on the aura left behind by the carriage, Yi Chen followed it all the way and soon arrived at the True Spirit Palace. Before him was an endless mountain. The peak of the mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist. Nothing could be seen clearly. Yi Chen looked at a stone path below. It was called the Spirit Ascension Staircase. Buzz! Buzz! Sensing the changes in his surroundings, Yi Chen realized that the Spirit Ascension Staircase was the only way to go above the 9 heavens. Go! Yi Chen flew up and stepped into the Spirit Ascension Staircase. Young man, you can't. At that moment, a woodsman suddenly appeared 100 meters away from the path and kept trying to persuade Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked over. The man was burly and his steps were vigorous. There was a faint aura of a tiger's roar. Sir, what do you mean? The Spirit Ascension Staircase is the road to hell. You can't turn back after entering it. Oh, Yi Chen smirked coldly. Then, do you have any way to go to the True Spirit Palace? The True Spirit Palace. You're going to the True Spirit Palace? That's right. The true spirit palace is the gate to hell. You'll definitely die if you go there. Yi Chen's eyes turned slightly cold. Who are you, demon? Show yourself. Yi Chen released the true samadhi fire from his eyes after threatening the man before him. How dare you attack an old woodsman like me? You have no morals. The old man was shocked. He did not expect Yi Chen to attack him directly, so he retreated immediately. As he retreated, his body moved in a flash. It was clear that he was using a movement technique. Old woodsman, it's easy to hide, but hard to paint. The man had nowhere to hide under the true samadhi fire, so he revealed himself immediately. I can't believe you saw through me. Damn it. The man was enraged when his identity was exposed. A piece of trash like you wants to enter the true spirit palace. What a joke. Dying here is where you belong. Oh, Yi Chen's eyes gleamed coldly. He had wasted too much time here. Buzz! Buzz! He released a sword finger slightly, and a majestic energy gathered on the tip of his finger. He aimed it at the man. Die! The man roared. Countless flying daggers appeared in his hand. He activated his energy and threw them at Yi Chen in a frenzy. Yi Chen stood where he was without moving. His behavior made the man frown in confusion. Clang, clang, clang. The next scene shocked the man. Countless flying daggers attacked Yi Chen's body, but they could not hurt him at all. They fell as if they were hitting steel. What? The man was shocked and wanted to run. It's too late. Chapter 1948. Yi Chen activated his divine telekinesis, and the flying dagger swept past. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The man fell to the ground with a thud. Yi Chen looked at the peak and sneered in his heart. He knew that the man might already know that he was here, and he would encounter more difficulties. This might be a test or a trick, but it did not matter. He would reach the highest peak and see the person he wanted to see. After the man was killed, the spirit ascension step seemed to have received instructions and glowed automatically. A door appeared in front of him. Yi Chen walked through the door without hesitation. Entering the door was the real spirit ascension step. Every step here had become extremely mysterious, containing immense power and laws. Thud, thud, thud. Every step Yi Chen took felt like his feet were weighed down by thousands of tons. It was very difficult to move, and it consumed a lot of energy. If this went on, it would consume too much energy. He had to find the right way to move forward. Yi Chen stopped and began to carefully sense the internal structure of the stone steps and the changes in the surrounding environment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Everything before him appeared in a light screen. This light screen was located in the True Spirit Hall. Many people looked at the scene before them and smiled from time to time. That's it? One of the powerhouses revealed a look of disdain. The outermost spirit ascension step is already blocking his way. He wants to enter the True Spirit Hall? Wishful thinking. Don't worry. He might be thinking of a way to move forward easily. Another powerhouse said, Ha ha ha, what about the future? He has nowhere to hide on the spirit ascension step. He's at most a suffering stage cultivator. He's not qualified to meet the Spirit Lord. It's already very impressive for him to have a suffering stage cultivation base at such a young age and ascended from the spirit stage. Ling Jun, you seem to value this person very much. Ling Hua, the Spirit Lord values this person very much. Are you questioning the Spirit Lord's judgment? Don't use the Spirit Lord to pressure me. I just don't think this kid can do it. Just as the two were arguing, a powerful aura swept across the place. On the throne, a ball of spiritual light appeared. It was the Spirit Lord. Welcome, Spirit Lord. At this moment, everyone in the hall bowed. He's here. The Spirit Lord spoke. At this moment, within the light screen, Yi Chen was still sitting cross-legged and adjusting his qi, searching for a way out of the predicament before him. Spirit Lord, Could it be that this person is the one we are going to work with? The spirit asked. That's right, he's Yi Qin, the one who fought Ling Huang head-on. Can he fight against Emperor Ling? Ling Han was very doubtful about this. Don't be fooled by his appearance. This person is unfathomable and definitely has some background. The energy aura on his body is extremely complex and chaotic. We can't ignore it. Lord, Spirit Lord, why don't you let me meet this person personally? Ling Han, don't regret this. Regret? Him. Ling Han laughed out loud and disappeared. On the spirit ascension step, Yi Qin continued to sense the aura and rules in the surrounding space. Through the analysis of the abnormal space in his mind, he had already obtained a preliminary result. There was a hidden power within the spirit ascension steps. This power was completely different from what he had encountered before. This power contained a powerful law that could only be reached by an immortal. In other words, there must be an immortal in the true spirit palace. Immortal method? Yi Chen's interest was piqued. He had ascended to the ascension stage. The next step was to advance to the itinerant immortal stage. Although he had countless great Tao knowledge in his heart, it was very difficult to quickly break through to the itinerant immortal stage without practice. Now, the spirit ascension step was giving him this opportunity. The great have no outside, the small have no inside. Suddenly, Yi Qin opened his eyes and condensed his divine telekinesis. He turned into a light and flew directly into the stone steps. Inside the stone steps, light flickered like the environment. Waves of energy flew around, constantly operating according to the established rules. Yi Chen's entry instantly caused chaos. The operating energy stopped in its tracks and turned to point at Yi Qin. Zap, zap, zap. At this moment, the immortal method law condensed and divine telekinesis appeared. Who dares to break into my divine telekinesis realm? The voice was light with a hint of cynicism, which piqued Yi Chen's interest. It's me. Yi Qin jumped out and shouted at the person. A young brat. How dare you anger me? So what if you're an immortal? In my eyes, you're just an ant. Yi Qin indeed had the right to say that. When he was the heavenly emperor, he could kill millions of immortals with a sneeze. How arrogant! However, those words completely infuriated the immortal. He waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, and countless energy rushed at Yi Qin. Yi Qin guided the divine thunder of tribulation to surround his body. Subsequently, the divine power appeared, shocking heaven and earth. Rushing thunder palm of the ninth heaven, zap, zap, zap. The powerful divine thunder swam around, instantly destroying the energy that was attacking him. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing that his attack was broken instantly, the immortal's divine telekinesis was shocked. He could also see that Yi Qin was also using divine telekinesis to sneak into the stone steps. It did not make sense that Yi Qin could resist his attack. How is it? Yi Qin asked. You're quite capable. However, you're far from being able to fight me in my barrier with your puny cultivation base of the tribulation stage. The immortal scoffed and waved the horsetail whisk in his hand again. As he waved the horsetail whisk this time, waves of immortal techniques consolidated. Although it was the same divine power, immortal techniques were completely different from ordinary spirit techniques. It was a qualitative leap. Meanwhile, Yi Qin valued such immortal technique training. Heavenly Emperor Sword. The shape of the Heavenly Emperor Sword appeared above Yi Chen's head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the sword spirit appeared, endless sword qi rushed into the sky, sweeping in all directions and shaking everything. It was incomparably powerful. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Qin did not back down even when he was facing an immortal technique. The sword qi eliminated the immortal technique's sharpness. Subsequently, he entered the immortal technique's attacking barrier. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Chen's body kept dodging the immortal technique's attacks at first, which made the immortal look down on him. "Humph, it's just dodging. What's so special about that? Brat, you're definitely going to lose this time." "Really?" Just when the immortal thought that Yi Chen's divine telekinesis was going to be destroyed, the corner of Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly. It turned out that he had already familiarized himself with the immortal technique's special rules through the previous few battles. Roar! With a furious roar, the space-time raging dragon appeared. Subsequently, the endless immortal techniques were all devoured by the raging dragon. What? The immortal was shocked. He could not imagine what a person's divine telekinesis was trying to do by absorbing so many immortal techniques. Was this not courting death? End of this chapter. Chapter 1949. Originally, those who were undergoing the heavenly ascension ordeal would die without a doubt if they absorbed the immortal technique. However, Yi Chen was different. The key was the ancient god body. Since Yi Chen had cultivated the ancient god space, all these immortal spells entered the ancient god space. The ancient god space was like an omnipotent buffer zone. No matter what kind of energy entered it, it would not explode. This was due to the suppression of the ancient gods' godheads. Countless immortal spells entered Yi Chen's ancient god space. Subsequently, he refined and comprehended them through the energy of the alternate dimension. This was one of Yi Chen's methods of breaking immortal methods by force. Impossible. What did you do? These scenes were incomprehensible to immortals. Even if it was a true itinerant immortal, it would be extremely dangerous for them to crazily absorb immortal spells that they were not familiar with, let alone a person who was undergoing tribulation. How can a mere celestial art affect a heavenly emperor? Sky Emperor? Have you gone mad? The immortal shook his head slightly when he saw how crazy Yi Chen was. Then he activated the immortal technique, prison, to trap Yi Chen. "Since I've come to this celestial world, I'll stay here. Immortal guides the way." The immortal released the might of his immortal method and surrounded Yi Chen continuously. His body was controlled by the immortal method, and he could not move at all. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had no intention of doing anything. His main focus was on cracking the immortal method. Relying on the memories of his past life and his powerful mind power, Yi Chen fell into a trance. Although his immortal technique prison was successfully established, the immortal sensed that things were not as simple as they seemed. This was because Yi Chen did not resist at all. Instead, he went with the flow and allowed the prison to automatically form. With so many incomprehensible things happening at the same time as a loose immortal spiritual sense, he was at a loss as to what to do. How strange! Since that's the case, I won't waste my breath on you. Die! As a stone stair immortal spiritual will, his role was to defend against these people who had entered the spirit ascension stair. ZZZ. The immortal activated the spirit ascension immortal method and turned it into a sharp sword that charged at Yi Chen. At the critical moment, Yi Chen's eyes suddenly shone with an immortal spirit light. Break! With a crack, Yi Chen's entire body emitted a pure immortal glow, immediately counteracting the surrounding immortal technique prison. Ancient God break. After comprehending the surrounding immortal methods, Yi Chen unleashed his ancient god power and shattered all the immortal method cages on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. Kacha, kacha, kacha. As the immortal spell laws were shattered, the prison disappeared. Yi Chen stretched out his hand and caught the immortal sword in front of him with a clang. What? He had never seen such a domineering person before. In his eyes, there was an insurmountable gap between the tribulation realm and the rogue immortal realm. However, the person in front of him could actually absorb immortal arts in such a short time, comprehend immortal arts, and even break immortal arts. He was simply a celestial being. Impossible. What kind of magic did you use? The immortal was confused and shocked by Yi Chen. He could only think that Yi Chen had used some strange magic. Do I need it? Yi Chen scoffed and raised his right hand high. Subsequently, countless immortal lights gathered on his right hand. "Isn't this your immortal sword? I'll return it to you now." At the same time, he activated the ancient god power in his left hand. ZZZ. As the two powerful forces condensed, the immortal spiritual consciousness felt the threat of destruction for the first time. Damn it! Damn it! The immortal's divine consciousness roared in rage. Subsequently, he guided the endless immortal power in the spirit ascension step to kill Yi Qin. Ah! With a roar, the Supreme Immortal was forced to use his ultimate power by Yi Qin. He directly shattered his divine consciousness and turned it into a protective force. He wanted to die with Yi Qin. After all, the Immortal's divine consciousness had been bound by a death rule. It was to protect the spirit ascension step and even sacrifice itself. After all, it was just a strand of divine consciousness. Rumble. In the world of the spirit ascension step, the Immortal's figure became incomparably tall. His power had already merged with the spirit ascension step. Ha ha ha, kid, no matter what kind of monstrous talent you have or what other tricks you have, it's useless. I'll die with you this time. It's already an unparalleled honor for you to make me do this. Die. Unparalleled honor? That's just an evaluation of your shallow vision. I'll let you see how insignificant you are. The shadow of the Heavenly Emperor appeared behind Yi Qin again. At the same time, the sword of immortal light in his hand condensed to its peak form. This was the ultimate result of Yi Qin absorbing and comprehending countless immortal arts. It was also the limit of this kind of immortal art. Chaotic immortal light, world of sword spirit, rumble. Yi Qin flew up to the sky and faced the Immortal's enormous figure. Go to hell. Kill. The Immortal consolidated the most lethal immortal sword at the same time and aimed it at Yi Qin. The ultimate powers of both sides exploded in the sky and clashed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The immortal swords clashed with each other and a stalemate appeared in the sky. What? Yi Qin's power shocked the Immortal again. He had already shattered his own divine consciousness and relied on the power of the spirit ascension step to fight the brat before him. But he still could not kill him on the spot? This was a great humiliation to him. He was an itinerant immortal's divine consciousness. It should be extremely easy for him to kill someone at the tribulation level. How did things become like this? What exactly went wrong? He could not give himself a satisfactory explanation. At that moment, Yi Qin's ancient god power suddenly exploded. This was the power condensed by the supreme rule above immortal arts. It was not something the Immortal's divine consciousness could resist at all. Rumble. The ancient god power completely shattered the Immortal's judgment sword. Kacha, kacha, kacha! As the judgment sword shattered, the ancient god power turned into a stream of light and pierced the Immortal's huge head. This. The Immortal revealed an expression of disbelief, but he already knew that he had been hit by an irreversible divine power. The wound on his head began to expand and extend. Kacha, kacha, kacha! Finally, his huge body shattered and turned into nothingness. Hiss, hiss, hiss! At this moment, after the body disappeared, the Immortal's energy turned into a spiritual core and appeared in the air. Wrath. Roar. The space-time wrath opened its mouth and directly swallowed the spiritual core. Subsequently, in the ancient god space, Yi Qin quickly refined the spiritual core into pure immortal power and stored it. Hiss, hiss, hiss! As the Immortal's divine consciousness failed, Yi Qin returned to the outside world. He continued to move forward. All of this was seen by the people in the true spirit palace. This is unbelievable. How can this person directly absorb immortal arts? This goes against common sense. Ling Jun frowned and kept shaking his head. Someone who can communicate with the Lord of the Underworld must not be an ordinary person. The Spirit Lord said, "You're right, Spirit Lord. However, such an unusual person might cause trouble. Ling Jun, don't you believe in my ability?" I wouldn't dare. Ling Jun retreated and continued to watch the screen. At that moment, Ling Jun had reached the spirit ascension step. Standing on a high mountain peak, Ling Jun's cold eyes locked onto Yi Chen. Chapter 1950. Brat, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you've cracked the secret of the spirit ascension stage. You're still an ant before me. Ling Hun was high above as if he was the judge, looking down at those who were being judged. Yi Chen lifted his head slightly and saw Ling Hun. Do you know the consequences of stopping me? Consequences? Ha ha ha. You're asking me the consequences of stopping you? All right, since you asked, I'll tell you. The consequences of stopping you are death. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold when he heard that. Flames shot into Ling Hun. Sensing that the flames were not simple, Ling Hun frowned and released powerful spiritual power from his hands. Rumble. The flames and spiritual power collided, emitting a dazzling glow in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Eventually, the flames and spiritual power dissipated at the same time. Although it did not seem like much on the surface, Ling Hun was shocked. The energy he had just unleashed could have instantly killed a person in the crossing calamity realm. But the person in front of him was completely fine. His spiritual energy was completely devoured and shattered by the fire. This kind of ability shouldn't belong to a person in the crossing calamity realm. Who exactly are you? Ling Hun questioned. Didn't your master tell you who I am? Yi Chen knew very well that the fact that Ling Hun could find him in the 3,000 feet netherworld meant that they had a certain understanding of him. You shocked the entire spirit realm back then. You then ascended to the spirit realm and caused the spirit emperor to fail. You're indeed extraordinary. However, in my eyes, you're nothing. You're not qualified to meet the spirit master. Why are there so many mediocre people in the world who think they're right, but they don't know that they're all trash that disturbs people's peace? You. Ling Hun was furious, his face twisted. How dare a mere tribulation ascension talk to him like that? As the protector of the true spirit palace, countless experts at the completion of the crossing calamity realm had to respect him. However, the man in front of him, who had just entered the crossing calamity realm, was so arrogant. This was a great challenge to Ling Hun's martial arts dignity. Brat, you've angered me. Die. Ling Hun's palms were filled with powerful energy as he attacked with an immortal method. 3 tribulation, scattered immortal. Yi Chen looked at Ling Hun coldly. He could tell that Ling Hun's cultivation base was a 3 tribulation, scattered immortal. Break. With a break, Yi Chen pointed his sword finger forward. All of a sudden, the immortal method rules that he had absorbed and refined in the spirit ascension stage were released. They turned into sharp swords and charged forward. Boom! Yi Chen's sword gleam and Ling Hun's fist gleam collided, producing a deafening rumble. At the same time, immortal techniques exploded, shaking the land around them. The surrounding mountains and ancient trees were shattered, turning into smoke and dust that spread for thousands of miles. Ling Hun's eyes widened. He was truly shocked this time. How are you able to use immortal spells? That was his biggest doubt. It was impossible for a mere ascension stage person to have the foundation to use immortal methods. If he forced himself to use it, he would explode and die. However, Yi Chen used immortal methods with ease, and his body did not show signs of overloading. Moreover, it was impossible for a tribulation stage person to have the spiritual power to comprehend immortal methods. What technique did Yi Chen use to comprehend them? Ling Hun was filled with doubts. At that moment, he became cautious toward Yi Chen. You're shocked by just this? Where did the domineering attitude from before go? How laughable. Yi Chen's mocking words made Ling Hun feel ashamed. D****. He clenched his teeth. His immortal technique attack was broken by Yi Chen. Now he had to take revenge. Die. for his martial Tao dignity and the true Spirit Palace's reputation. Ling Hun attacked again. This time his entire body was channeling immortal methods. The surrounding space was affected and the immortal technique rule extended rapidly, trying to trap Yi Chen in his immortal technique rule. Trap you? Yi Chen did not move and stood where he was. His behavior was even more shocking. You're too careless. Brat, you must die. Ling Hun still felt that Yi Chen did not respect his dignity. However, to him, Yi Chen's behavior was extremely stupid. As long as his immortal technique rule finished channeling, Yi Chen would completely lose the chance to fight back. Spiritual prison, immortal spirit shackle. Zap, zap, zap. Ling Hun released the immortal spirit shackle. Countless immortal technique rules in the surrounding space attacked Yi Chen, turning into chains and imprisoning him. Facing the immortal spirit shackle that was madly entangling him like a venomous python, Yi Chen crossed his arms and stood where he was as if nothing had happened. Have you locked it? Yi Chen asked impatiently when he saw Ling Hun continuously releasing the power of immortal techniques. You. Ling Hun was humiliated again. The rage in his heart burned, and he was even more determined to kill Yi Chen. Wait for your death. He responded angrily. Ha ha ha, don't regret it. Yi Chen sneered. He was ready for the most violent counterattack. Yi Chen, you've completely lost your life now. You didn't dodge my immortal spirit shackle, but took it head on. What an idiot. Die. Seeing that Yi Chen was trapped by the immortal spirit shackle, Ling Hun flew up and took out the immortal sword of judgment. Zap, zap, zap. Immortal power condensed into a sharp sword and aimed at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, accept my judgment. Come on. Yi Chen locked his eyes on the opponent before him and shouted. Kill. Ling Hun took out the immortal sword of judgment and aimed at Yi Chen's vital point. Such a dangerous situation was a way for Yi Chen to train his ancient god power. Only the most dangerous environment could force out the potential of the ancient godhead. Zap, zap, zap. In a desperate situation, an eternal star suddenly appeared between Yi Chen's brows. It was like a third eye with supreme majesty. This is the power of a one-star ancient god. Yi Chen was extremely excited. As the star power condensed, the ancient god's silhouette appeared behind Yi Chen. Sensing the immortal spirit shackle around him, the ancient god was furious. Zap, zap, zap. He opened his eyes, and the starlight shone for thousands of miles, shooting up to the sky. Roar! Following the ancient god's rage, the most violent energy rushed out of Yi Chen's meridians. Rumble! The immortal spirit shackle around him kept shaking, showing signs of breaking. Impossible! Looking at the shocking scene before him, Ling Hun was shocked. He was shocked by the ancient god's majesty. No. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. As a third tribulation bodiless celestial, he felt that his dignity had suffered a great blow. However, the mental suppression from the ancient god was inviolable. It was like the will of the heavens. Ling Hun, die, Yi Chen said coldly. With the support of the ancient god power, his voice became extremely powerful and heavy. It was like a mountain pressing down on him, becoming the last straw that broke Ling Hun's back. Chapter 1951. Under the immense pressure, the spirit soul fell into a predicament. The pressure from the ancient gods might made his soul tremble. However, as a three tribulations scattered immortal, his martial Tao dignity told him that he could not give in. Otherwise, he would become a complete joke. The true Spirit Palace was the gathering place of the strongest powerhouses in the spiritual realm. Every ordinary powerhouse here could become an elder or even a grand elder of other major forces in the spiritual realm. However, what was the point of him giving in to someone who was going through ascension? He fell into a dilemma and sunk into despair. All of this was seen by the powerhouses in the true spirit palace through the screen. I didn't expect the spirit soul to be suppressed by Yi Qin as a 3 tribulations scattered immortal. That's right. What's going on? It shouldn't be like this. Isn't this Yi Qin too strange? Spirit Lord, is this why you value him so much? Many powerhouses asked. The Spirit Lord looked at the scene on the screen with a satisfied smile. Yi Qin was the key to opening the underworld. At the very least, he could be the one to lead them into the underworld. So, don't underestimate any opponent. Even if their cultivation base is lower than yours, you don't know what trump cards they have. Yes. Everyone nodded. At this moment, the spirit soul was being suppressed by the ancient god's might on the spirit ascension step. There was only the image of the heavenly emperor in his mind. That terrifying, majestic feeling made him feel like he had fallen into the void of the universe. Spirit soul, accept your death. A powerful voice came. The spirit soul felt the murderous intent spinning in his mind. It jumped and jumped, trying to cut his mind. It was too terrifying. Ugh. The spirit soul was already on the verge of madness under the influence of Yi Qin's spiritual might. Immortal method, tranquility. At the moment of crisis, the spirit soul released the immortal method and began to forcibly stabilize his mind. However, at this moment, Yi Qin's sword energy had already arrived. Rumble. The sword energy was like a mountain pressing down on him. Immortal method, break. The spirit soul felt the threat of death. As an itinerant immortal, he did not die in the tribulation. If he died in the hands of someone who was going through ascension, it would be a huge joke. Clang, clang, clang. The counterforce unleashed by the spirit and the might of Yi Qin's heavenly sword continuously clashed in the sky. Immortal spells and divine power clashed with each other, causing countless sparks to appear. The powerful shock waves caused the surrounding space to shatter. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The might of an ancient god surpassed the limits of an immortal art and continuously destroyed the laws of the immortal art. In the end, the immortal art had no choice but to yield. Clang! Ling Hun knelt on one knee, almost unable to raise his head. Ha ha ha. Yi Qin's domineering laughter swept through the entire place, causing Ling Hun to tremble all over, feeling extremely ashamed. Kill! Sending out another slash of sword chi, Ling Hun widened his eyes, as though he could feel his doomsday. Z. At that moment, a palm energy suddenly shot out of thin air. It was extremely powerful and hit Yi Qin's absolute kill sword chi. Kacha! The sword chi shattered, and at the same time, the palm energy dissipated. Yi Qin, if you want to see me, come. Ha! Yi Qin scoffed and glanced at the spirit next to him in disdain. The spirit was still in the psyche shock and could not walk out immediately. Yi Qin flew up and arrived at the peak of the true spirit peak through the spirit ascension step. The environment here was completely different. Countless immortal winds and clouds floated in the sky. The air was fresh and spiritual energy was abundant. It was like a magnificent scenery that people yearned for. As Yi Qin walked in this environment, his body naturally absorbed the spiritual energy to replenish his power. Soon he felt that his body was relaxed and the energy that he had exhausted earlier was completely replenished. Spirit Lord, Yi Qin shouted at the sky. The majestic sound of thunder filled the sky and reached the true spirit hall. Yi Qin, you don't have to be too nervous. What I need is cooperation. Cooperation? Ha! You want me to be your tool? You're wrong. I think you want to go to the underworld more than I do. Yi Qin's eyes turned cold. It seemed like Ling Hun had a comprehensive grasp of his information. He might have even sent people to Earth to investigate him. How much have you investigated me? Don't doubt my sincerity. I've only done the most basic investigation. I'll only say one name, Su Yu Han. Tell me your purpose. I don't want to waste time. If Ling Hun's target was someone he loved, Yi Qin would definitely not provide him any help. Don't worry. We're not targeting Su Yuhan. We know about your relationship with her, and I'm sure you know her identity very well. So what? I can help you find Su Yuhan. But you have to help me find the Three Realms core. The Three Realms core! Yi Chen's eyes darted around. The Three Realms core is the key to maintaining the balance between the spirit realm, the devil realm, and the underworld. Recently, I've sensed that the Three Realms core is in turmoil and a calamity is coming. The Three Realms core is related to the survival of the Three Realms, so it must be in my hands. I see. Yi Qin smiled lightly. He did not care about the balance of the Three Realms. What he wanted was Su Yuhan's whereabouts. It seemed that working with the true spirit, Lord, might be the fastest way. Show yourself. Ha ha ha. The true spirit, Lord, laughed out loud. The surrounding clouds kept changing forms, and the true spirit, Lord's appearance appeared. How will you help me find Su Yuhan? She's the reincarnation of the Lord of the Underworld. She has the powerful aura of the Lord of the Underworld. A long time ago, I, the Lord of the Devil Realm, and the Lord of the Underworld maintained the Three Realms core together. At that time, we left each other's energy crystals, and this is the key. As he spoke, a blue crystal appeared in midair. It was the Underworld crystal. This is Yi Qin was shocked. He sensed the familiar aura from it. Although it was not the same, it was very real. All right, I promise you. Ha ha ha, smart decision. Yi Qin, I'll lead everyone to visit 3,000 feet to the netherworld in 7 days. I'll keep you company. After saying that, Yi Qin flew up and disappeared into the void. At that moment, the spirit rushed up from the spirit ascension staircase in a panic. Seeing Yi Qin leave, he revealed a look of resentment. Trash, huh? The spirit quickly knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. You've embarrassed the spirit realm. What else do you have to say? Lord, Spirit Lord, this is all my fault. I have nothing to say. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, white lightning appeared above the clouds and struck the spirit's face. Ah! With a painful roar, the spirit's body trembled, and a blood-colored pattern appeared on his face. It was a symbol of the Spirit Lord's punishment. Chapter 1952. When they arrived at 3,000 feet of the netherworld, the patriarch came out to welcome them. Fellow Yi, did you encounter any trouble on your trip to the True Spirit Hall? The patriarch asked. Patriarch, I'll tell you about the netherworld abyss now. Oh. The patriarch nodded slightly and brought Yi Qin into the hall. After everyone sat down, Yi Qin said, the so-called netherworld abyss is the entrance to the underworld. It's really 3,000 feet of the netherworld. A long time ago, 3,000 feet of the netherworld was the border of the Three Realms. The Three Realms core is sealed there. The Three Realms core? Many powerhouses were surprised. Although they had cultivated in the Netherworld Battle Mansion for a long time, they had never heard of the Three Realms core. Although you've cultivated here for a long time, you're still too young compared to the three super powerhouses. It's normal that you don't know about this. This time, the True Spirit Hall wants me to enter the underworld with them to find the Three Realms core. Fellow Yi, is the True Spirit Hall trustworthy? They've made an offer that I can't refuse. Could it be? The patriarch immediately thought that it must have something to do with Su Yuhan if Yi Qin could not refuse. After all, she was in the underworld now. That's right. They can help me find Yuhan, and I'll help them find the Three Realms core. No problem. As long as it's something fellow you wants to do, I'll support you to the end. Yi Qin nodded slightly. The patriarch's words warmed his heart. 7 days later, the True Spirit Hall arrived at the Netherworld Battle Mansion. Rumble. The sun and moon opened, and a passage of light appeared. Countless powerhouses from the True Spirit Hall arrived. Seeing this, many people from the major forces of the Netherworld Battle Mansion came out to welcome them. The True Spirit Hall was the ruler of the spirit realm. It was many levels higher than them. They did not expect Yi Qin to come to the Netherworld Battle Mansion this time. Welcome to the True Spirit Hall. Countless powerhouses bowed. Many people knelt on the ground to express their sincerity. Yi Qin came out with the Patriarch and Wu Shuang. However, the three of them did not bow. They stood where they were and watched the True Spirit Lord arrive. Yi Qin, are you ready? The True Spirit Lord did not blame the trio for not bowing. Instead, he asked Yi Qin directly. After all, what he cared about was the core of the three realms. No problem. We can go now. Very good. Lord True Spirit smiled. Then he left a few dozen core experts of the True Spirit Hall behind. Some of the others returned to the True Spirit Hall, while others stayed in the Netherworld Battle Mansion to await further orders. Seeing the True Spirit Lord talking to Yi Qin as if they were old friends, the crowd worshipped Yi Qin even more. Yi Qin and the other two followed Lord True Spirit to the back of the Netherworld Battle Mansion, which was the real 3,000 feet of the Netherworld. ZZZ. Inside the Lord of True Spirit's array, everyone steadily descended 30,000 feet. At this moment, Elder Huang Quan came out to welcome them. I didn't expect the spiritual realm's True Spirit Lord to come in person. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Elder Huang Quan stepped forward and bowed. Ha, old man Huang Quan, I have guarded the Netherworld Gate for a long time. Meeting you again today, I cannot help but sigh. Lord True Spirit said, I'm glad to see the Lord of True Spirit's majesty again. Open the gate to the underworld. What do you think? True Spirit Lord, I'm just an old man who guards the gates of the underworld. The gates of the underworld have already been sealed up by the inner parts of the underworld. I'm afraid that I'm not qualified to open them up. Trash! Lord True Spirit shouted coldly. Elder Huang Quan immediately knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Subsequently, Lord True Spirit personally came to the front of the gates of the underworld. He carefully observed the gates of the underworld. With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy covered the gates of the underworld. Instantly, countless underworld patterns appeared on it. Seeing these underworld patterns, Lord True Spirit looked at Yi Qin. Yi Qin, this is your chance to perform. Yi Qin glanced sideways at the gates of the underworld. He did not expect Lord True Spirit to ask him to break the array. He walked to the gate and glanced at the various underworld patterns on the gate. These underworld patterns sealed powerful underworld energy. It was not easy to break them. It required a lot of spiritual energy and mind power. Seeing Yi Qin walk to the front of the gates of the underworld and stop, he did not move for a long time. Many True Spirit Palace powerhouses revealed disdainful expressions. It seems like Yi Qin is only SOSO. Is this the powerhouse who easily defeated the spirit realm? Ridiculous. He's stumped by such a simple underworld pattern. Is that all he has? Many powerhouses mocked Yi Qin. The Patriarch and Wu Shuang looked at them coldly. However, those powerhouses did not think much of them. Many of them were at the peak of the ascension stage. There were even some itinerant immortals. They were the super powerhouses that Lord True Spirit had gathered together. This time, Lord True Spirit had great ambitions to enter the underworld. Lord True Spirit also looked at Yi Qin as if waiting for his answer. Yi Qin glanced at those people and walked to the gate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His eyes glowed. Suddenly, the true Samadhi fire came out and burned the entire gates of the underworld. Under the burning of the true Samadhi fire, the gates of the underworld began to change. These changes were the key to breaking the array. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Qin waved his sword finger. Immediately, a few divine telekinesis, sword chi entered the gate's array. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At the same time, a light screen appeared in front of everyone. This light screen was a holographic projection of Yi Chen's sword chi entering it. On the light screen, Yi Chen's figure appeared. This was not his real body, but a manifestation of divine telekinesis, sword chi. When everyone saw this light screen, they still looked at it with disdain. To them, this kind of technique was a small trick. Yi Chen, hurry up and break the array. We don't have time to waste on you. Yes, Yi Chen, if you can't break the array, you should kill yourself. Don't embarrass yourself. Why do we need an hour to break this kind of array? Ha ha ha. Many powerhouses mocked Yi Chen again. At this time, Yi Chen flew out of the light screen and directly rushed into the fog of the array. Such an impulsive method made those powerhouses sneer. They thought that Yi Chen was a hothead who did not know how to break the array. To them, Yi Chen's method of breaking the array was no different from suicide. Lord True Spirit also revealed a serious expression. Yi Chen's divine telekinesis rushed into the fog of the array. This was too risky. Indeed, in the light screen, Yi Chen's divine telekinesis disappeared without a trace. There was no message. This made many powerhouses impatient. In their eyes, the moment Yi Chen's divine telekinesis rushed into the fog, he was already killed by the dark patterns. Lord, True Spirit, this person's divine telekinesis is dead. Lord True Spirit frowned. That person did not dare to speak anymore and retreated. At this moment, suddenly the wind and clouds in the light screen surged and space sank. There was a loud noise. Rumble. The loud noise shocked everyone present. In the light screen, the fog formation shattered on the spot. Only one person stood alone in the void. Chapter 1953. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yi Chen's divine consciousness returned to his body, and the light screen disappeared. Rumble. At the same time, the underworld gate slowly opened. Yi Chen looked coldly at the people who had mocked him before. They were all pursing their lips in silence. They claimed that they would not even need an hour to break the formation. However, that was just an exaggeration. Meanwhile, Yi Chen only took less than 15 minutes to break the formation. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, I didn't misjudge you. Seeing the gate to the underworld slowly open, the Lord of True Spirit laughed a few times before leading everyone into the underworld. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Inside the underworld gate, a gale swept. This gale contained the underworld's rules and was extremely harmful to the people of the spirit realm. Activate. Lord True Spirit pointed his sword at the sky. Suddenly, a huge light screen appeared above everyone. It was the defense formation. Under the defense formation, they could not even feel a breeze. Lord Spirit Master's power is unimaginable. Lord Spirit Master is mighty. Everyone bowed and thanked Lord True Spirit for the defense formation. Yi Chen and the other two looked at each other, shook their heads slightly, and followed the True Spirit Palace powerhouses. In the underworld, the environment was complicated and ever-changing. The place they had entered was Tianfeng Canyon. A violent gale swept through, and the mountain rocks shattered and fell. Every step he took was hair-raising. The gale contained a bloody aura, making everyone feel very uncomfortable. Let's go. Lord True Spirit released the sword boat. Everyone stepped on it and rushed out of the canyon. The exit of the canyon is in front. The environment outside should be much better. A powerhouse said. Everyone nodded. In this canyon, there were countless nether beast remains that emitted a nauseating stench. Everyone was disgusted. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the sword boat passed through the canyon and entered a new space. However, after passing through the canyon, everyone realized that they did not enter a new space. They had even returned to when they first entered the underworld gate. This. Everyone was shocked. How could such a strange thing be explained? What's going on? Why are we back to where we started? Yeah, this is the space we were in when we first entered the canyon. D***MN, is there a formation? Everyone complained. At this time, Yi Qin looked around and did not find anything unusual. Yi Qin, what do you think? Lord True Spirit asked. This isn't an ordinary formation, Yi Qin said. Not bad. The Lord of True Spirit smiled and pointed downwards. Boom! Suddenly, the sword Qi sprinted and bombarded a rock below. As the rocks shattered, the earth trembled, revealing a huge black hole. Everyone's spirits rose as they looked at the black hole. What is this? An expert asked. Right at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled, and time and space became chaotic. Berserk underworld wind attacked from below, and even the True Spirit Lord's defensive formation was unable to resist it, giving everyone a feeling of corrosion. ZZZ. Everyone activated their own defense arrays to resist the corrosion of the nether wind. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying cry rang out. Within the black hole, a huge creature was wriggling its body. Many experts looked at the black hole and locked their eyes on the squirming body. So it's another beast. Let me kill this beast. An expert at the peak of the tribulation passing stage flew out. An ancient sword appeared in his hand as he headed straight for the giant beast. Kill! That person released the sword Qi divine power. The powerful pressure turned into the shape of a giant sword and bombarded downwards. Boom! The sword Qi made a loud noise. Then, in the darkness, the giant beast's body seemed to collapse. Ha ha ha! Such a piece of trash dares to block our way. What a joke! Watching the giant beast collapse, that person stood in the void, feeling very satisfied. Many experts nodded slightly, expressing their approval for his action. Roar! Just when that person was feeling proud, suddenly an angry roar came from below. Then a giant tentacle rushed out from the black hole and instantly locked onto that expert. That person was shocked. He didn't expect that the giant beast would hide its energy. He had fallen into a trap. Many experts were shocked at the same time. Seeing that the giant tentacle was about to drag that person into the black hole, many experts couldn't hold back their desire to fight and attacked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All kinds of divine powers and secret techniques were thrown at the black hole below. They thought that they could easily kill the black hole behemoth, but it was the opposite of what they expected. A bunch of idiots, Yi Qin said coldly. What did you say? Many experts looked at Yi Qin angrily. Didn't you see that this black hole is the giant beast's energy storage place? All your divine powers and secret techniques were absorbed by this black hole. What? Hearing Yi Qin's words, everyone was shocked. They looked down and sensed where their energy went. Sure enough, they soon sensed that their energy had disappeared without a trace. D***MN. Everyone looked like they had been deceived, their hearts filled with anger. Enough! The True Spirit Lord was furious. Sword Qi shot out. Rumble! Accompanied by a strong vibration, the black hole below could not withstand such a huge amount of energy and immediately burst into pieces. The black hole behemoth also could not withstand the majestic power and died on the spot. The person who was engulfed by the tentacles also died under this sword. Many experts were horrified. They did not expect the True Spirit Lord to be so decisive, even killing the Ascension stage powerhouse. In the underworld, only true experts can survive. Yes, everyone bowed, indicating that they would obey the True Spirit Lord's arrangements. Sensing the True Spirit Lord's viciousness, Yi Qin's eyes turned slightly cold. He had to prepare for the worst. Everyone continued forward. Without the chaos of the black hole behemoth, the entire canyon space became normal. The sword boat flew out and entered a new world. In the land of the underworld, the surrounding space revealed waves of dark energy. These energies were naturally emitted from the ley lines. These energies caused the environment of the underworld to look dark red. These scenes would make people feel uneasy. However, the people who followed the true spirit, Lord, were all almighties. It was easy for them to guard their minds. True Spirit Lord, I hope to find Yuhan's whereabouts as soon as possible. Yi Qin, you're too anxious. Su Yuhan is the incarnation of the Lord of the Underworld. She might already be in the Underworld King's palace. We might have to spend some effort to find her. True Spirit Lord, my patience is limited. Please don't have any other ideas. Of course. The True Spirit Lord looked at Yi Chen with a slight sneer. Yi Chen felt that this person was unfathomable. He was a formidable opponent. The underworld was filled with danger. He hoped to find Su Yuhan as soon as possible. Although she was the reincarnation of the Lord of the Underworld, the underworld forces were complicated and ever-changing. It was very disadvantageous to her. End of chapter. Chapter 1954. Within the Netherworld, the suppression on human magic power was extremely severe. The deeper one went, the more it was so. Although the Lord of True Spirit's cultivation was profound and powerful, he could still feel the suppression. Finding the core of the three realms was not an easy task. What he wanted to know more about was how extraordinary Yi Chen was. To him, it was not a coincidence that Su Yuhan, who was the Lord of the Underworld's incarnation, chose Yi Chen. Instead, it was because Yi Chen must have a secret that no one else could understand. Therefore, he sent an envoy to lure Yi Chen to the True Spirit Palace after receiving news about him. Of course, finding the core of the three realms was important, but finding Yi Chen's secret was equally important. Yi Chen, I can sense the direction of the core. It should be that way. The True Spirit Lord pointed in one direction, but Yi Chen was not that concerned about the core of the three realms. He cared about Su Yuhan. It had been a while since they parted. Su Yuhan must have been in a lot of pain during this period of time. Her mind was disturbed by the Nether Lord's consciousness, and she was doing things that she did not want to do. Yi Chen was in pain as well. However, in order to deal with the True Spirit Lord, Yi Chen could not go against him. Understood. He nodded slightly and followed the Lord of True Spirit and the other experts in that direction. As they advanced, their tracks were already exposed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the sky, a few black, crow-like birds flew past. No one noticed them, but the images of the crowd had already been imprinted in the eyes of the birds. They flew past quickly, not leaving any traces behind. Following the direction the Lord of True Spirit sensed, the group arrived at a continuous mountain range. Here, the coverage of the netherworld energy was incomparably dense, and the pressure on everyone gradually increased. Many experts of the True Spirit Palace had already sensed the anomaly and complained. Relying on their strong foundations, Yi Chen and the True Spirit Lord did not show any signs of discomfort. Don't use psionic energy to fight against the environment. Otherwise, commanding will be even more difficult. Lord of True Spirit reminded the experts of True Spirit Palace. Thank you for your reminder, Lord Spirit Lord. Everyone bowed and paid their respects. 1,000 miles away in a dark place, clouds of dark aura enveloped this place, and in the center of this place was a bottomless black hole. Inside the black hole was a huge hall. Squeak, 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 the cries of the dark birds echoed in the hall. Then, 3 to 5 dark birds flew into the hall. They all landed on a person's wrist. Z. The man activated some kind of spell, and the dark bird's eyes suddenly emitted a red glow. Following that, the glow condensed into images in midair. These images were the images of Yi Chen and the others entering the underworld. Ha, a living person. At this moment, a tall, dark-skinned man revealed a greedy smile. The underworld gate has been shaken. Looks like these people came from the 3,000 Yellow Springs. These people are all experts, and one of them has an unfathomable cultivation base. The man pointed at Lord True Spirit. This matter must be reported. We're just an outpost. We can't act as we please. Ha ha ha, I'll leave the reporting to you. I'm going to play with them. With that, the dark-skinned man instantly disappeared. Hey Tong, you're always so reckless. As they watched the dark-skinned man leave, the people in the hall revealed helpless looks. Then he released his nether force and activated the array. ZZZ. The formation opened, and an image appeared in front of him. The Azure Dragon founder, Elder Baiju. The two politely bowed to each other. Our Outpost 72 has found traces of humans. Traces of humans. Elder Baiju frowned upon hearing this. In the underworld, there had been no traces of humans for a long time. Now that they had suddenly appeared, something must have happened. Have you investigated their origins and the reason why they came to our underworld? We're still investigating, but this time they're all experts. They're even immortals. Baiju nodded slightly and then sighed. I'll report this matter to the Green Nether Hall. Outpost 72. Continue to monitor these people's movements. Yes. The Azure Dragon founder bowed slightly, and then the image disappeared. After reporting the situation, the Azure Dragon founder revealed a smirk at the corner of his lips. He was actually equally excited about the humans entering the underworld. If not for the fact that he had to report to Elder Baiju, he would definitely not have fallen behind Haitong. Since the report is done, let's play with them. Whoosh! As a dark wind blew, the Azure Dragon founder's figure disappeared. In the mountains, Yi Chen and the others continued to move forward, searching for the location of the Three Realms core. Yi Chen had some doubts. Logically speaking, the chance of finding the core was almost zero by searching aimlessly like this. However, the extremely intelligent True Spirit Lord had chosen this method. What was the reason behind it? He knew that if he asked directly, the True Spirit Lord would definitely answer perfunctorily. Stop! Suddenly, the True Spirit Lord called for everyone to stop. His eyes were sharp as he looked ahead. Between the mountains, there was an abnormal energy trembling. The True Spirit Lord closed his eyes and carefully sensed the location of this energy. 100 miles to the northwest. Suddenly he spoke. The others did not know what was happening, but Yi Chen sensed that there was a powerful energy fluctuation in the place that the True Spirit Lord mentioned. Go! Yes. Everyone obeyed the True Spirit Lord's command and rose into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each of them displayed their abilities and flew. In the blink of an eye, they were 100 meters away from the place where they sensed. Yi Chen glanced over and found that there was powerful dark energy circulating in that place. Although it looked very hidden from the outside, super powerhouses could sense the information within. You go take a look. Yes. One of the spirit realm powerhouses followed the True Spirit Lord's instructions and walked toward that place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Halfway there, a cold wind blew, causing the person's spirit to tremble and almost fall. Ha ha ha, are you scared? Instantly, many spirit realm powerhouses laughed at the person. I'm not that weak. The person pretended to be calm for the sake of his pride, but he was very flustered inside because he felt a very oppressive feeling in his spirit. This feeling was like sinking to the bottom of the water, and he could not breathe. Yi Chen and the other two looked at each other and were on guard. At this time, the person walked into the darkness. Just as everyone was waiting for news of him, suddenly a scream was heard. Everyone's heart trembled, and they all released their abilities toward the dark land. Rumble. At this time, there was a loud noise, and then a huge figure appeared before everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 1955. A blood-curdling scream rang out as the expert in front suddenly trembled. His legs were entangled by a giant hand, and his body was thrown into the air, flung around continuously. Thud, thud, thud. Subsequently, the powerhouse's body was entangled by the hand and he was smashed around on the ground. Damn it! Soon, the powerhouse's face was covered in dirt and blood flowed out. He was extremely furious and powerful. Psionic power burst out of his body. However, the huge hand actually released a huge amount of energy at the same time, negating the powerhouse's psionic power. Thud, thud, thud. Everyone only heard the loud, smashing sound. The powerhouse's voice became softer and softer until it disappeared. Perhaps feeling that the true Spirit Hall's powerhouse was humiliated, the true Spirit Lord's eyes narrowed and he released lightning that struck the monster in the darkness. Roar! With a loud roar, the true Spirit Hall's powerhouse was instantly released. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The person's body rolled on the ground for a short distance and then stopped moving. A powerhouse went forward to check and then made a gesture of death. Everyone was shocked. Many people did not expect the monster in the darkness to be so powerful that it could easily kill a full-stage tribulation powerhouse. Bastard! The true Spirit Lord was furious and pointed his sword at the darkness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, countless sword energies rushed into the dark cave like raindrops. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, countless lightning flashed and flames blazed. The entire cave turned into a sea of fire, burning everything. Finally, the sound of the explosion died down and the giant beast's voice disappeared. Everything was destroyed in the sea of fire as if it had never happened. Naturally, the true Spirit Lord was very dissatisfied with the true Spirit Hall's performance. "Let's go," he said coldly. Yes, everyone lowered their heads and followed, not daring to make a sound. Yi Qin sneered in his heart. There were many underworld monsters. Let's see how many true Spirit Hall masters have to deal with. The patriarch took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, the true Spirit Hall is really going to change their souls." Hearing that, many people from the true Spirit Hall had cold expressions. However, they did not dare to stop when the true Spirit Lord was advancing. At this moment, a black energy floated in the dark clouds in the sky. Yi Qin looked up at the clouds. Relying on the ancient god's space's powerful sensing ability, he had already discovered the existence of this undercurrent. "Ancestor, we might be being monitored." Fellow Taoist Yi, those bastards from the True Spirit Palace still have to be monitored if we follow them? Not the True Spirit Palace. What's that? Perhaps they have been watching us ever since we entered the netherworld. So that's how it is. I, your ancestor, have had enough. I want to stretch my limbs. Don't worry. Let's see how the true Spirit Palace performs first. Ha ha ha. The two of them conversed for a while before continuing their journey. At this moment, wherever they passed, the clouds in the sky would constantly turn into a dark color. It was like a shadow in the sky, causing one's spirit to be oppressed. Surrounded by mountains, the Lord of True Spirit stopped. His eyes were sharp as he looked at the tall and heavy mountain range, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. "It's here," he said. Yi Qin scanned the entire mountain range. He did not sense any energy that could stabilize the three realms. "True Spirit Lord, what is here?" There are many treasures hidden in the netherworld. Yi Qin, don't you want to take a look? Aren't you looking for the core of the three realms? That's the final goal. However, since we've come here, we can't go back so easily. We must plunder all the resources that we can use here. The Lord of True Spirit's eyes emitted a cold light like the eyes of a demon, sending chills down one's spine. Sensing the murderous energy on the Lord of True Spirit, Yi Qin felt that this person might be hiding more secrets. He could not help but pay more attention to this person's actions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the Lord of True Spirit's sword fingers moved and a triangular shape appeared in the void. Then, at the peak before them, Huge rocks on the mountain wall suddenly fell, and a door appeared. This door was in the shape of a triangle. Seeing this, Yi Chen's eyes turned slightly cold. This person's attainment in swordsmanship was extremely high. This needed to be noted. Thump, thump, thump. The group walked through the door, and the dark energy shrouded them. Ha ha ha! Wonderful underworld energy. Suddenly, the Lord of True Spirit embraced the darkness and pretended to enjoy it. The group followed his footsteps and entered an underground cave. The temperature plummeted. The group realized that this cold was coming from the inside out, which was strange. Kacha, kacha, kacha! Suddenly, the rocks shattered and a layer of ice appeared in front of the group. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another few rays of sword energy slashed through, and a door appeared in the Millennium Frost. The group was amazed. This Millennium Frost could not be damaged by ordinary sword energy, but before the Lord of True Spirit, it was like a piece of paper. The group entered the layer of ice and found that a thick liquid flowed out of the ice. It was thicker than anything else, and it was like black oil. A combatant beside the Lord of True Spirit walked forward and reached out his hand and touched the black oil. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon, the surface of his finger showed signs of corrosion. It's these, he said. Absorb. Yes. Many combatants came to the side of the rocks and kept absorbing the energy in the black oil. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They completely ignored the corrosive damage on their bodies. The black oil constantly seeped out a strange energy and was absorbed by those people. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon, one of them absorbed too much energy, and his eyes shone. Ha ha ha. That person revealed a crazed expression, but his body's energy index reached a new height. Yi Chen activated his golden pupil fiery eyes and saw waves of dark energy flowing through the meridians of these people. These energies were undoubtedly absorbed from the black oil. Do you see it, Yi Chen? See what? Energy. This is the energy we need. Even the Lord of True Spirit was excited. Yi Chen used the golden pupil flame to collect data and analyzed it. It's not that easy to absorb this energy, he said coldly. If you want to obtain absolute power, you have to pay the price, don't you think? Lord of True Spirit, what do you want? Yi Chen looked at the Lord of True Spirit coldly. It seemed that the other party's goal was not as simple as he said. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, don't worry. I'll help you find the one you love, but you have to prove your worth. Looking at the crazy Lord of True Spirit, Yi Chen was even more confused. End of chapter. Chapter 1956. Yi Chen saw that the True Soul Temple combatants were absorbing the dark matter on the stone walls. Their bodies were changing as they were surrounded by dark energy. At the same time, dark stripes appeared on their necks, and even their eyes were darkening. Ha ha ha! Is this the power of nether energy? It feels so powerful! Ha ha ha! Suddenly, those who were absorbing the dark energy began to laugh wildly. It was not that they were controlling the energy, it was more like the energy was controlling them. Of course, Yi Chen could clearly sense that these people who were absorbing the dark matter were getting stronger. The method these people used to absorb the dark matter was very unique, as if it was a specially developed method. The person Yi Chen could think of who developed this method was naturally the True Spirit Lord before him. What will happen if you lose control of the energy after absorbing it? Yi Chen asked. Ha ha ha! This is the fastest way to increase my strength after many years of research. As for what will happen, they'll give me the answer. The True Spirit Lord looked at the people who were constantly changing after absorbing the energy. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If he did not care about their lives, they would just be test subjects. Facing such crazy people from the True Spirit Palace, from top to bottom, they were like demons wreaking havoc. Yi Chen and the other two shook their heads. Ah, At this time, the people who were absorbing the energy began to change horribly. It was obvious that their cultivation base and foundation could not control the dark matter in their bodies. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The dark energy formed lightning on the surface of their bodies and began to control their nerves and their bodies. The combatants turned completely dark, and their minds seemed to be struggling to break free. Seeing this scene, the true Spirit Lord's face darkened slightly. This was clearly not what he wanted. Based on their behavior, Yi-Chin guessed that the true Spirit Lord must have used some strange technique to control their minds. Now, due to the invasion of the dark matter, their minds were struggling to break free from the true Spirit Lord's control. Spirit Lord, their minds are being forcibly stripped away. Ling Jun said, "It's fine. Ha ha ha. Let's see how powerful this dark energy can be." With that, the true Spirit Lord suddenly released psionic power, forming threads that extended to the combatants and entangled them. Those experts shouted loudly like cornered beasts fighting back. Their minds were under double suppression. On one hand, it was the mental violence of the dark matter, and on the other hand, it was the strange control of the true Spirit Lord. This kind of pain was unimaginable to ordinary people. The clash between the two forces was pushing their bodies to the brink of collapse. True soul return. Lord True Spirit's eyes flashed with lightning, and his head began to tilt slightly, revealing a demonic expression. Then those experts were controlled by the True Spirit, and at the same time, they retained the power of the dark matter. Ha ha ha, that's right. Lord True Spirit was overjoyed. Finally, his True Spirit variant art had successfully suppressed the mental disturbance caused by the dark matter. This meant that the dark energy could be used by him. Spirit Lord, we've succeeded. Ling Jun revealed an excited smile and became extremely excited. Ling Jun, it's your turn to try this time. Yes. Without saying a word, Ling Jun directly flew to the side of the stone walls. He roared angrily and stretched out his hand, placing it on the stone wall. Countless black oily substances began to move towards his hand, and then continuously seeped into his meridians. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Soon, Ling Jun's body began to show the same symptoms as those experts before. However, his mental control was clearly above those people. He did not experience any obvious changes in the dark. Instead, while absorbing the energy, he controlled his own consciousness. Very good, very good. Lord True Spirit revealed a satisfied smile. Seeing everything before them, Yi-Chin and the other two each had their own thoughts. I didn't expect the True Spirit Palace to be this kind of trash. The Patriarch snorted coldly and said impatiently, Hearing this, the experts who had absorbed the dark matter earlier turned to look at the Patriarch and emitted a murderous light. After absorbing the dark matter, while their physical strength increased, their murderous nature also erupted. This was the irreversible effect of the dark matter. Only the True Spirit Lord could control them, and at this moment, the True Spirit Lord did not restrict their actions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three experts came to the front of the old ancestor with ferocious expressions. Seeing this, Yi-Chen's eyes turned cold, and a cold, murderous intent condensed in the hands behind his back. D***, one of the experts, shouted coldly at the Patriarch. Then he slowly condensed a dark fist and attacked the Patriarch. Ha! You make it seem like I'm afraid of you. Ridiculous. The Patriarch sneered and took a sip of wine. The netherworld chi swept through his body, and he took the initiative to attack. Clang! Both of their fists collided. Instantly, a powerful shockwave caused both of their bodies to begin to distort. The Patriarch was also a tribulation-passing expert. During this period of time, he had returned to the Netherworld Battle Mansion and absorbed the Netherworld Chi to increase his cultivation base to a new height. This was the source of his confidence against the dark cultivators. Ah, the patriarch roared angrily. The netherworld sword chi continuously erupted from his fist and actually formed a state of resistance against the dark cultivator. Meanwhile, the other two dark cultivators attacked at the same time, trying to sneak an attack on the patriarch. Back off! Just when they were about to reach the patriarch, a cold shout exploded along with a powerful spiritual energy gust. Rumble! A powerful pressure swept towards the two dark cultivators, forming a tornado. Although the two of them had the support of dark matter, they were still unable to resist the powerful tornado aura. The source of this energy was Yi Qin. Boom, boom. Subsequently, accompanied by two explosive sounds, the tornado completely exploded and sent the two experts flying. Ah! The two of them roared at Yi Qin, turning into wild beasts. Ignorant fools! Are you trying to cross the line before the heavens? Yi Qin had his hands behind his back. It was as if the heavenly emperor himself had arrived. His powerful and dignified appearance shocked even the two who had turned into wild beasts. Although their minds were suppressed by the dark matter, they still had basic human rationality. Under Yi Qin's strong suppression, they did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, Ling Jun, who had absorbed enough dark matter, had turned into an even more powerful existence. His cultivation base was close to that of an itinerant immortal. At this moment, after absorbing the dark matter, his foundation instantly soared. The powerful pressure swept across Yi Qin and the other two,